Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthouryt.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. I work nights at a lakeside industrial site in the Pacific Northwest. Fences, cameras, badge readers, the usual. It's quiet most shifts. You learn every hum of the place. Transformer buzz, the clack from door 4, especially when it doesn't shut all the way. The few seagulls that patrol like they're on payroll. I log it all. That's my job. Observe, note, don't be a hero. The lake is 50 yards past the fence line. We get morning mists that burn off by 9, but night fog is different. It feels like it decides where to sit. On this particular Thursday, it came off of the water around 0100 and hung at waist height, slow and deliberate. Visibility at the fence dropped to maybe 20 feet. I put it in the log. 26 minutes later, the motion camera on the south perimeter pinged and then pinged again. Could have been a heron. Could have been the wind. Could have been nothing. I flipped through feeds. On cam S3, there was just fog and the chain link fence, and then a shape moved left to right along the outside of the fence. Tall and thin. If I had to say woman or man, I'd say woman from the general lines. I zoomed, got more fog for my trouble. I went out for a check. Policy says you don't approach unknowns alone. But the last time I called for backup, it was a raccoon with a tortilla. I took the handheld, the big mag light, and the old binoculars from the drawer that we pretended was organized. By the time I got to the south side, the fog had crept up to the chest level. It was the thick kind that eats sound. I could hear the lake in a general sense, but not specifics. No frogs or freeway. My breath sounded like I'd mic'd it up. I walked the inside of the fence and shone the light through the mesh every 20 feet. The beam just made a white wall. At the corner where the fence runs closest to the water, the fog thinned for a second, like a curtain fidgeting. And I saw a woman. She was standing ankle-deep at the edge of the lake, 30 feet beyond the fence. Tall, taller than me, with a long coat or dress. It hung straight down. It didn't move like fabric. I know how odd that sounds. The surface of it didn't ripple with the breeze. It sat heavy in the fog, like it was part of it. She had her head leaned to one side like she was listening for something on the ground. When I hit her with the light, she turned, and one arm came up with a slow, almost gentle wave, palm forward, a stop that you might give a dog that's about to jump on you. I said, "Ma'am, you can't be on this property. Are you okay?" My voice died, 4 feet from my face. She didn't answer. She repositioned her feet a little in the water, which is when I realized that her feet weren't feet the way that mine are. The angle was wrong. I'd seen hoof prints in the mud around here before. Deer. 2 neat leaves. What I saw under the fog looked like that, except it was attached to her in a way that my brain didn't want. I thought, foxtail plant. I thought, branch shadow. The part of my brain that likes boxes went wild, throwing unhelpful labels at the wall. I raised the binoculars because the camera had made me lazy about seeing for myself. The lenses fogged immediately. I wiped them with my sleeve, tried again. I got her face at maybe 8x. It wasn't a face of horror. It was a long face, tired around the mouth, eyes a bit too reflective for the amount of light, as if there was a second light source behind them. She kept the hand up. While I adjusted the focus, the edges of her coat wavered like heat above asphalt. And I could see past for a second, past her, the lake, darker where the bottom falls off fast, and something moving under the surface that made a path of slightly different fog above it, coming in toward shore. I said, "Ma'am," again, because I didn't have anything else. She dropped the hand, and I got the distinct sense, not a thought, a sense, that I'd been heard and politely declined. When I lowered the binoculars, she wasn't where I'd put her a second ago. She was 5 feet to the right, standing still, looking past me now toward the buildings. I walked the fence line to keep up, and my boot hit something that gave like wet paper in the grass. I pointed the light down. Hoofprint. Fresh. The shape of it was crisp, and water was already pooling inside of it from the fog. I put my own boot heel next to it, not to measure, just to convince myself that there was ground under me. My heel print looked like it shouldn't be allowed right there. When I looked up again, she wasn't in the beam. I swept left to right and caught nothing but drape after drape of fog like curtains in an empty house. The water sucked once against the shore like it had swallowed and was done. I backed to the patrol cart without turning my back all of the way because my body didn't want to do that. In the shack, I logged what I could without committing myself to being the guy who writes woman with hooves. I reviewed the cams. On S3 is a gray mass that moves where I saw her. You can pause it and convince yourself of edges. The part you can't argue with is at 01:33 hours, when the fog bulges inland in one long shape, and the motion ping triggers 5 times at 5-second intervals, like something paced the fence. I've had people climb, kids cut holes. One drunk guy tried to swim to our storm drain outfall like it was a bar. I know how people move when they want something. This wasn't that. I don't know what it wanted, except maybe to be seen, but not engaged. Eventually, the fog broke like a trick. The sun pushed through and the lake went back to being just a lake. When my relief showed up, he said, "Quiet night?" And I said, "Yep," because I'd already decided I didn't want the look. On my way to the car, I cut by the south fence like I wasn't doing it on purpose. In the mud just outside, where the dirt stays pretty damp, there were 2 prints that didn't match any boot I'd ever seen or owned. They looked like deer, except maybe the weight was wrong. I could see where the pressure had gone deep toward the heel side, if hooves have a heel side. They led from the water to the fence, and then stopped, like the fog had decided that was enough. I haven't told anyone at work specifics. I don't want to be transferred to days for being unfit. Nights are my thing. The quiet is full of information if you listen at night. I logged heavy fog, motion alarms triggered by atmospheric interference. I didn't write about the hand that told me to stop without irritation, just practicality. I didn't write about the way the water moved towards her like the lake was trying to climb her ankles. You can say that it was a person in a coat and a deer in the water, in a camera artifact. That's a great story. I'd like to believe it. I'll keep walking the fence either way, but if I see her again, I think I'll stop sooner, like she asked. Not necessarily because I'm afraid of being hurt, but because whatever she was looking for didn't seem to include me. I really would like some help understanding what's happening to me and my husband. This all started about 2 years ago, when he was still my boyfriend. The two of us and another couple decided to explore this old abandoned hospital in our town. The one that everyone says is haunted. And you know how it goes. Local legend, creepy spot, teenagers looking for a thrill. The second we got there, though, something felt shifty. Part of that could have been the fact that we weren't really teenagers. Maybe we were a little too old to be doing this sort of thing. Maybe what we were feeling was that we were intruding on younger people's territory, though that wouldn't be the case. Even before we stepped inside, I had this knot in my stomach, like the building itself was waiting for us. But that's dramatic, right? So still, we went in. For a while, I wandered off on my own, shining my phone flashlight down empty hallways. The silence in this place was unreal. I swear that I could feel eyes on me. Not one pair, but several, watching from places I couldn't see. I've never felt anything like it. And you don't realize that until you're not there anymore. And you think about how strange that feeling really was. There was no sound of movement or footsteps, just this pressure in the air. I'd always believed that souls might linger after death, but I'd never really believed in ghosts. Not really. But I was open to the experience. Eventually, I met back up with my boyfriend and our friends, and we started exploring together again. We came up to a pitch-black hallway, so dark the light from our phones barely cut through it. The guys stopped suddenly, whispering about hearing something ahead, and then they ran. No warning, they just bolted. Me and the other girl looked at each other, and then down the hallway next to the dark one. And that's when we saw them. 2 little girls, standing hand in hand, staring straight at us. Their faces were pale, their outlines soft, like the light around them didn't quite touch their skin. Before we could even process it, the guys came rushing back, pale, shaking. They said they'd seen someone, a tall, thin man, standing in the dark. At first, they thought it was a homeless person, but when they turned and looked, it wasn't a man. It was this tall, easily over 7 feet, black from head to toe, featureless shadow. Just a silhouette against the dark. No face, but you could feel it looking at you. Like the girls, who weren't there anymore. We ran. None of us said a word, just sprinted for our cars, hearts out of our chests. As we ran, we kept catching glimpses of it through broken windows, behind door frames, like it was pacing us, moving faster than we could. This shadow, larger than life. When we reached the back exit, I remember the door being closed tight. I even grabbed the handle before realizing we could get out another way. We finally got outside, piled into my car, and tore out of there. But that thing didn't stay behind. As we drove off, we could still see it, flashes of black in the windows, like it was following behind us. I remember starting to literally hyperventilate. My boyfriend had to pull over at a church so I could breathe. Eventually, we told ourselves it was just adrenaline, shadows, fear playing tricks on us. And like idiots, a few hours later, we went back. It was probably the vodka that actually gave me the courage, but I feel like it was the worst mistake of my life. We split up. The other girl and her boyfriend went one way, me and mine another. We weren't even thinking straight, just being reckless at this point. A few minutes in, we started hearing things again. Soft whispers, footsteps, but they weren't ours. I could have sworn I felt something cold brush past my arm, and I ran out again. And that's when I noticed something about the back door, the one that had been shut earlier. It was wide open. We stopped for just a second, and there it was, standing in the doorway, motionless and watching. We didn't wait to see what this giant shadow would do. We got in the car, and we sped off. The entire drive home, I could feel it. It didn't follow us, but every time I looked in the mirrors or the windows, I half expected to see it. That night, despite not being sad, I cried until I fell asleep. I can't really explain it. But over the next few weeks, the feeling faded. It wasn't gone, not completely, but it got weaker, and I was happier again. Every now and then, I would catch something out of the corner of my eye. I'd feel the air go cold for no reason. But I learned to ignore it. And for a long time, I thought that it had left us, whatever it was. But in the last few weeks, it's back. The same heavy air, the same feeling of being watched. I've seen it in the reflection of our TV, standing behind us when the screen goes black. I felt it next to our bed at night. Sometimes my husband wakes up gasping, like someone was sitting on his chest. It doesn't feel particularly human. It doesn't feel good. It feels hateful. I don't really know what it wants, but I know that it followed us from that hospital. I just don't know how to make it stop. If anyone knows what this thing could be or how to get rid of it, please do tell. I've had this question for years now. No one's ever been able to give me a good answer. About 3 years ago, I was living with my family on a dead-end street in a quiet neighborhood. And by little and quiet, I mean the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, or at least knew each other's business. It was late, close to 2 a.m, and I was sitting on the porch scrolling through my phone, half awake and trying to convince myself to finally go to bed. I happened to glance out the window, and I froze. Across the street, under the neighbor's porch light, stood 2 figures. One was tall, and I mean unnaturally tall, well over 6.5 feet, maybe 7. The other was much shorter, maybe child size, but his proportions were off. Both were completely black silhouettes, like shadows that had peeled themselves off the ground. They weren't just standing there either. They were talking. I could see their arms move, the tall one gesturing, the short one tilting its head. They were solid, but somehow not real. Like my eyes were struggling to focus on them. I thought this has to be a tricky shadow, or maybe actual people standing in a weird angle, but there wasn't anyone in that house who matched those builds. And even if there was, they had no reason to be out there talking in the freezing cold at 2 a.m. After a few seconds, I blinked and they were gone. Just like that, though. No walking away. There was no car or sound. 1 second, these giant and small things were there, and then they weren't. I tried to brush it off, but things only got stranger after that. Before we moved in, the house next door had already seen its fair share of tragedy. A wife had burned down her home with her husband inside after finding out that he'd been cheating. The fire gutted the place and left the lot empty, the smell of ash still clinging to the street when we first arrived. In the house that we moved into, well, the previous owner shot himself in the head in what would later become my little brother's room. We, meaning my brother and I at least, didn't know that until we'd unpacked. Months passed quietly enough. Then the neighbor whose porch I'd seen those figures under, he died suddenly from alcohol poisoning. His parents, who lived with him, passed away soon after, one from a heart attack and the other in her sleep. That's 3 deaths in the same house, all within a year. Then my father nearly joined them. He collapsed one night in our living room, blue in the face, the same smell of alcohol thick in the air. He died, at least for a moment, before they brought him back at the hospital. After a few more oddities and close calls, my mom couldn't take it anymore. We packed up and left. A year later, someone messaged her saying that the cat lady who lived at the very end of the street had died too. No one knew how. The rest of the neighborhood had all sold their homes and left. That entire stretch of road was nearly abandoned. Out of curiosity, I asked one of the old neighbors, one of the few who stayed, if they'd ever seen anything weird on the street. She gave me this look like I'll never forget. Wide-eyed, cautious, like she was checking to see if I was joking. And then she said, "You saw them, didn't you? The dark shadows. The tall one and the short one." It honestly made my stomach drop. My palms were sweaty too. Apparently everyone on that street knew about them. The tall one always came first. The short one followed. And wherever they appeared, something bad would happen soon after. People said that they were omens, bringers of death, destruction, or both. I don't know if any of that's true, but I do know that I saw them. And every time I think about that street, I still picture the glow of that porch light, 2 black shapes standing underneath it, whispering about something that I surely wasn't meant to hear. Back in the late 80s, I worked at this small family-owned supermarket in a quiet little town in southwestern Colorado. It wasn't much, a couple aisles of groceries, a deli that always smelled like fried chicken, and a row of humming coolers that never quite worked right. I'd been there long enough to know everyone who came and went, especially the vendors. One of them was a guy named Rick. He handled deliveries for a snack company, chips, pretzels, that kind of thing. He was one of those people everyone liked, always smiling, always had a joke ready, and somehow made stocking shelves at 6 a.m. feel like less of a drag. Then one morning, we got the news. Rick had gone home after his route the night before, sat down in his chair, and had a heart attack. His wife found him like that, just gone. It hit everyone pretty hard. You see someone almost every day for years, and then suddenly, they're just not there. For a few weeks, every time I saw one of those red delivery trucks, my brain automatically expected to see him behind the wheel. A few days after the funeral, I was walking across our parking lot to clock in. It was early, maybe 7 in the morning, still a little fog clinging to the ground. I remember hearing the familiar sound of a delivery truck engine, that low diesel rumble echoing between the buildings. I looked up, and there it was, Rick's truck. Same company logo, same dent on the back fender, same squeaky brake that I'd heard 1,000 times. It rolled right past the store entrance, heading toward the back delivery lot. And behind the wheel was Rick. I stopped mid-step. My brain just flatlined. He was wearing the same navy work shirt he always wore, same short haircut, even his same posture. One arm on the window frame, leaning slightly left like he always did when driving. I blinked hard, thinking maybe the early morning light was messing with me, but no, it was him, clear as day. I stood there long enough that the automatic doors opened behind me were closing again. The truck turned the corner and disappeared down the back road that looped behind the store. I just stood there for a minute staring after it. My heart was sort of racing by this point. And then I went inside. But the whole morning, it felt different. The aisles were too quiet. Every time someone wheeled a cart over a tile, I seemed to jump. I didn't tell anyone at work right away because honestly, I didn't want to sound crazy. That weekend, though, my band was playing a gig at this little bar downtown. Our drummer, Mike, he worked across the street at the Safeway. During a break, we got to talking, and I mentioned Rick and how weird it felt not seeing him anymore. When I told him what I'd seen that morning, Mike went still. Then he looked at me like I'd just said something I shouldn't have. He told me he'd seen Rick too. Same truck, same week, driving right past the Safeway lot, looking exactly the same. Neither of us knew what to make of it. We went back and forth for a while, convincing ourselves it must have been another driver, maybe a replacement using his truck, or maybe a guy who just looked like him. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true, and so did he. There's no mistaking someone you saw every other day for years. It wasn't just the look, it was the feeling. That cold wave that hits when you realize that you're seeing something that technically shouldn't exist. To this day, I can still picture that morning, the sound of the truck engine and the shine of the chrome bumper, the way he turned the wheel with one hand, everything. I don't know what I saw, or I don't know how to explain it, but I know it was him. Ever since I was a kid, I remember my grandma denouncing horror of any kind. Ghoulish Halloween masks, haunted houses, scary movies. I had attributed this aversion to her background in faith. She is Hispanic and a devout Catholic. She believes anything horror-related is wrong, evil, you name it. So imagine my shock and curiosity when my grandparents shared a bombshell. Back in 1974, my grandpa convinced my grandma to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This would be her first and last scary movie. The weekend after the movie, my grandpa, grandma, my then toddler-aged mother, and my aunts and uncles decided to go horseback riding for the first time. Since everyone lived in Wisconsin, my family made the journey to a farm about 2 hours away. For the most part, everyone is in high spirits. Who can say no to a family adventure on a crisp autumn Wisconsin day? Despite the others' excitement, my grandmother is worried. Since she doesn't care for horses, she chooses to stay behind on her own with my mother. When my family arrives at the farm, it's 3 o'clock. According to my grandma, she watched everyone get saddled up and then slowly ride off into the tangle of trees. The guide leading my family called out that the ride would last less than 2 hours, mentioning different trails, the need for breaks, things of that nature. My grandma figures everyone will be back by 5 o'clock. She waits with my mother in the car, playing games, reading storybooks, and trying to silence her bubbling anxiety. Needless to say, 5 o'clock comes and goes. No sign of my family. By this time, my mother has fallen asleep, which leaves my grandma with no way to distract herself from her worries. Finally, When 6 o'clock rolls around, she calls out to the farmhand from her car window. No way she's leaving the safety of her vehicle. She demands to know why her family hasn't returned yet when 5 o'clock has long since passed. By now, darkness has begun bleeding into the Wisconsin sky. The farmhand assures her that everything is okay and that extra paths are taken throughout the ride. He tells her that her family should return soon. Now, keep in mind, this was well before cell phones were a thing. Also, a week before, she'd seen her first scary movie, and it had scared the shit out of her. At this point, my poor grandma feels like she's living out a scene from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She tries to contain her worry and begins a hushed, fearful prayer, until the flash of lightning that is soon followed by ear-splitting thunder. The noise wakes my mother, who starts to cry. My grandma must now not only ponder the frightening question of where her family went, but she also has a stressed, howling 2-year-old to deal with. It is now reaching 7 o'clock. The storm is growing more ferocious by the second. My grandma has to pee, and her bladder feels like it's going to explode. But between the roar of the storm and the images of crazed country maniacs plaguing her mind, she refuses to leave the vehicle. She plans in her head that if they aren't back by 7:30, she's going to leave and find the nearest gas station to phone for help. Again, no cell phones during these days. 7:30 comes. Her family hasn't come out of the woods. As she's scrambling around the car for the keys, she realizes my grandpa never gave them to her. The pound of a fist against her window shakes her from her whirlwind of panic. That panic amplifies by 1,000,000 when she notices a sizable, brawny man peering in at her. He's wearing a jacket, and the hood covers his head. My grandma says that by now, it felt like someone had pushed a button and sent the whole world into slow motion. Everything crawled by at a snail's pace. "Why don't you and the little one come inside?" the man yells. His words are authoritative and carry no hint of warmth. He isn't speaking from a place of concern. He's ordering my grandma into the farmhouse. All my grandma can do is shout, "Where's my family?" The man responds gruffly, "We're looking for them." My grandma orders him to call the police. The next words the man said made my grandma literally piss her pants. "We don't need the police." As he turns to go back into his house, he says, "You and the baby can come inside whenever you're ready." My grandma starts to sob, wholly convinced that her family has been brutally murdered, that she and her baby will be next. In the chaos of this moment, she hears someone calling her name, but because of the pitch-black darkness and her profound fear, she knows that she must be hearing things. Then she hears her name again, this time even louder. "Dora, help me!" It's my grandpa's voice. When she realizes this, she puts my mom in the back seat, grabs the wooden baseball bat that my grandpa keeps under his seat, locks the doors, and exits the car. "Keep calling my name. I can't see you," she cries. After what feels like an eternity, she follows my grandpa's voice to his location. When she gets to him, she realizes my grandpa needed help because he has guided my aunt across the high, rain-soaked grass. She hurt her ankle. They're both drenched from mud and rain and covered in scratches. The rest of my family is nowhere in sight. Before my grandma can assume the worst, she hears my uncle calling for my grandpa. One by one, everyone shuffles out of the wild woods and through the tall grass. Everyone is soaked in mud and injured in some capacity. Cuts, gashes, limping, unsteady, all shaken as well. When they finally make it back to their vehicles, the sounds of running engines and the flood of headlights get the attention of the man inside the farmhouse. The farmhouse door swings open, and the brawny man comes to stand on the porch. With an amused chuckle, he drawls, "Oh, you all made it out of there." My grandpa shouts, "That dumb asshole left us out there, never came back." All the man says in response is, "I'll have to talk to him about that. Y'all can come inside." His freakishly flippant and joking attitude sinks into his words. He knows damn well they aren't going into that house. My grandma begs my grandpa to leave it and get them out of there. With that, my family tears out of there as fast as humanly possible. Once the family was back home and safe, my grandpa explained what had happened. During the ride, the guide led them deep into the woods to a creek where the horses stopped for a drink. As the horses rested, the guide told my family that he had to go do something and would be back in 20 minutes. My family thought this was strange, and my grandpa even anxiously joked, "You're coming back, right?" The guide simply gave a low chuckle and took off on his horse. 20 minutes came and went, and the guide didn't return. My family continued to wait as they had no idea where to go. They could see the sky blackening above them. They would have to make it out on their own. As my family rode off, they tried to remember the path back to the farm. They wandered aimlessly. Eventually, rain started to fall. Pulsing lightning and the crash of thunder spooked the horses. Everyone but my grandpa was thrown off their horses. When my grandpa climbed off his horse to help the others, his own horse galloped away as well. From there, it was a nightmare trying to navigate the woods while wounded and roaming through a thick void of darkness. The only advice I can give you is this: if you're going to go horseback riding, you better make sure it doesn't become a horseback ride from hell. Several years ago, I worked at a value village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this Value Village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghosts just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, the distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, those shopping carts are possessed. Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store. And then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city. And one day over the last year, I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. Wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles, and then takes a hard right, out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. There was a show that aired in the early 90s that me and my brother got super into called James Randi, Psychic Detective. It was a program filmed in front of a live audience, and the host, James Randi, would have guests on, all who claimed to possess psychic or unworldly abilities. Then, under controlled experiments, if they can prove their abilities to be true, they'd win a cash prize of $100,000. And wouldn't you be surprised to know that none of the contestants ever won the money over the whole duration of the show being on the air? James Randi was always polite, a very matter-of-fact person when he'd gesture the failed psychic off the stage, and every time, the looks on their faces were so sad, like they really thought they were going to do whatever they were going to do. How do you get such grandiose levels of delusion? To put yourself through that humiliation on TV, in front of a live audience. They volunteered their time to go do that too. It's not like James Randi traveled to their place of business with a camera crew and put them on blast. These people did it to themselves. They probably pulled a couple fast ones in their small towns, thought that they were good enough for the big time. Phony, fake, magician valor. Keeping all this in mind, names have been changed because my brother actually did make a little name for himself in the journalism field, and he works for a news station. Sometimes he takes me along or lets me get backstage with him when they're doing fun events, and I wouldn't want to ruin that. Most I can say is, if you live in the South, let's say Southeast, and watch the morning news, a morning news anchor that you see dressed in a nice suit, looking all professional while he delivers the headlines, that's actually my big brother in disguise. And this story is about when he was in his first year of college. In the suburban area we lived, right before the houses start turning into businesses, there was a psychic that ran her business out of her house. This place had always been there ever since I could remember. No matter what time, day or night, the neon sign in the window has never been turned off. It looked expensive. The sign took up most of the front window. It was a humongous hand with an eye in the center. Psychic was written above the eye, making it look like it had eyelashes. The owner was a woman. I'd say she was in her late 40s. She looked about our mom's age at the time. Her hair was dyed black, Alice Cooper-looking makeup, the whole 9 yards. But that's all I ever saw of her, until my brother Pete came home on vacation, first semester of college. He was determined to write an investigative hit piece on our local town psychic, expose her for the fraud that she was, blah, blah, blah. He came home like his whole GPA would plummet if he didn't bring this lady down over his 2-week break that he had back in town. He did some of his freshman psychology and convinced me to join him on his mission. I was 15. It was either that or stay home with our parents. I said, yeah, sign me up. He brought home a bunch of spy gadgets like tiny mics and cameras, showed me how to use the recording equipment. His first plan was to call the place himself, ask for an appointment with a made-up story, but we couldn't even find a listing in the phone book. He would have to walk in and do it in person. For his first interaction, Pete was mic'd up while I sat in the back seat of his car, with my lap filled with a clunky transmitter linked up to a tape recorder-looking thing. I don't know how all of it hooked up, but my job was to listen in with these big headphones and move the wire transmitter around if he got staticky. We parked across the street and Pete got out to go in, but when he tried the door, it was locked. Under the neon sign in the window next to the door, there was a much smaller sign with a phone number that he wrote down. But since we'd already made the trip, he knocked. Nobody came to the door. Persistent, Pete kept with rap-tap-tapping on the glass. A disadvantage about working from home is that people have a good idea at knowing when you're there, because all of your cars are in the driveway. That's what made Pete continue knocking. Then, she just appeared at the door. She didn't open it, but she was standing on the other side of the glass, glaring at Pete. I hear him go, "Whoa," and her ask what. He says, "I need a psychic reading," and she says no, then disappeared from the door. Pete starts knocking again and trying to explain his made-up story and why he desperately needs her services, saying that he'll pay her $100. She returns to the glass and tells him that she doesn't take on clients and to go away. Pete says, "But I need your help." She says, "No, you don't," then disappears from the door again. Pete slowly walks back to the car. There's a defeat in his voice that the recording captures when he gets in, along with him cussing at me because I hadn't yet turned off the recorder. Next day, he calls the number that he wrote down, and in a surprising change of predictions that we had, she answered almost on the first ring. It caught Pete off guard, and his first lines are a stammering bumble, something about his 15-year-old sister's been kidnapped, case has gone cold, needs her help. Somehow, she recognized his voice, confirms that they'd met the day before. He says yes, and then there's a long pause on the phone. Then, she says 3 o'clock and hangs up. Pete says thank you to a dial tone before hanging up his line. He tells me she took the bait. Then we went to the garage and began setting up the equipment in his car, fitting him up with his spy gear. This time he was going to use a small camera, concealed under a baseball cap. Up until we left for his appointment, Pete spent the whole time making sure everything was perfect and rehearsing his story, telling me to throw him a curveball question so he can practice improvising answers. He was ready. He was going to go in there with some random stuff he collected around the house, claim that they were mine, and then ask if she could get a sense as to what happened in my cold case. We got there punctually at 2:50, but the door remained locked until 3. On the dot of 3, the mic picked up a loud squeak when the bolt locks turned on the inside of the door, and then it opened on its own. The moment Pete steps through the threshold of the building, all of his electrical equipment went haywire. I tried moving the transmitter in all different ways, but the static wouldn't let up. Then everything in the car just shut down. He went in there, unaware that his gear had malfunctioned, and closed the door behind him. Now this part is purely from my brother's point of view because none of the equipment would come back on. But there was no reason for him to have lied about what happened and intentionally tank his potential grade for this investigative story. When he returned back to the car, I didn't know how much time had passed. I didn't have a watch on, but he couldn't have been in there for more than 10 minutes. At first, he didn't say anything when he got in the car. I was on the edge of my seat asking what happened. What did it look like in there? Did she buy the story? But then it was the first time I'd seen my big brother cry. He put his head on his steering wheel before focusing a response between his clenched teeth. All he said was, "She's real." Then he stepped on the gas and we drove back home. The car ride was quiet. I could see Pete was still trying to process everything. Eventually he settled down, and I was able to get the whole story about what had happened. When he walked in, she was sitting at a table at the far end of the darkened room. Pete walks in and thanks her for seeing him, and he approaches the table with the items for her to inspect. Behind the woman, incense were burning, and Pete said that he saw a human figure form in the smoke and became a solid entity, standing behind the woman's chair. Again, though, we grew up watching James Randi. Pete was prepared for her tricks. She doesn't acknowledge the being behind her, and Pete ignores it as well, doing his best not to look intimidated or even entertained by something he thought debunkable. My sad cold case story is retold. As she pushes some of the items around on the table in front of her, her hand freezes over an old book. She looks up from the table. She stares deep into my brother's eyes. She says, "Your sister is not missing, but someone else is trying to talk to you." Pete sticks to his story, but is willing to see what she means by someone else. He asks, "Who?" And she asks, "Do you have an uncle, Norman?" He says, "Yes, because we really did have an Uncle Norman." She asked if he died. Pete says yes, because Norm had died in an accident a few years earlier. Norm was like Pete's idol or hero. When she mentioned his name, his skepticism began to melt, and he couldn't hide his genuine emotional response when she started talking about him. We hadn't role-played a situation like this. Pete didn't know how to respond to getting called out directly, still staring right at him. She tells him that she knew he was there under false pretenses. He gave up the goods and admitted to the hit piece he was trying to write for class. How do you stay in business if you don't take clients? Who are you ripping off to pay for all of this expensive stuff? With no other options, he let his questions fly. She told him she doesn't take monetary payments for her services. She knows who really needs her and who doesn't. The decorations in her home, and even the home itself, were gifts for her, ones that had been given by grateful clients. Then she says, "Norm is here, though, and he wants to tell you that he's burning in hell for eternity." She laughs and tells Pete that his soul was weak and that she'll make sure demons devour it to recoup Pete's disrespect. He stood up from the table, started to gather the things that he brought. The woman left him with one last warning before Pete could run out. She addressed him by his real name, saying, "Pete, heed this warning, or you too will join your pathetic Uncle Norm in hell. Never return to this property. If you're walking down the sidewalk, cross the street before you reach my house, or your last name will be a synonym for cursed misfortune." He says he didn't even try to remember that, but he can't forget it. The cloud figure standing behind her then moved like it was coming towards Pete, and that's when he almost fell trying to get out of there. And that was the end of it. I think he changed the topic of his investigative piece on some protests happening at his campus. It was the last time my brother ever attempted that hard-hitting nose-to-the-ground journalism. He traded it for a more political field and never looked back. That psychic's house is still there to this day, and to this day, I don't really have any reason to be walking on that sidewalk, entering town. But if I ever do find myself moseying up that way, I make sure to cross the street before passing the house. A story from my shameless youth. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. Every pawn shop knows me from those days. All of us go way back. If I walked into any of those places and the same people were still working there, they'd look upon me with a familiar, light-hearted gaze. They'd see through the wrinkles I've acquired over time. They'd remember my bright blue eyes as I batted my lashes, trying to act cute while haggling over a couple dollars difference when the man behind the counter lowballed the 4 VCRs my boyfriend recently shoplifted. I think I got $30 that time. Shoplifting at the mall wasn't all my boyfriend did. His main gig was parking lot smash and grabs and the occasional home invasion. He didn't usually share how he acquired the things he stole. Our little apartment was filled with the useless shit we couldn't pawn. Some nice things we wanted to keep, but most of our surfaces were cluttered with junk. Incomplete sets that would be worth triple if one more piece was found. Machines a few parts short before they'd be back to new again. That kind of stuff. A lot of it. He once came home with a beautiful pearl necklace that, to this day, I believe was haunted. Something had attached itself to that necklace, and it wasn't happy about us being the new owners. The pearls were placed in a vanity drawer that I would find fully opened again and again after consciously knowing I closed it the time before. It was a drawer that I never used, and yet I'd leave the bathroom and it would be open by the time I returned. The incidents didn't stay isolated to the pearls, because once the presence was acknowledged, it became real. I got home from work one night. Boyfriend was sitting on the porch, freezing cold, smoking a cigarette. I asked what he's doing out there. He looked even more disheveled than usual. I jokingly asked if he got a lace joint, trying to break the weird silence and get him to open up. He tells me why he's standing out there, but his stoic face didn't melt. He had rings under his eyes like he'd been crying, and his eyes teared up again when he told me what happened. He'd only gotten home about 10 minutes earlier. When he walked inside, our bedroom door on the opposite wall was open, allowing him to see directly into our room. He said he made eye contact with someone hiding under the bed. He thought it was me until the figure quickly crawled backwards, pushing further under the bed until it disappeared. Where it retreated to would have been impossible with the way that our bed was positioned against the wall. I don't know if his story made me paranoid, but a few days later, after I'd gotten out of the shower, I was toweling myself off near the bed, and I felt cold fingers grab one of my ankles. The cold grip surprised me, and its release was as sudden as its grab. I thought my leg had become tangled in cords at first, but after I kicked, I didn't feel a weight lifted away. It was like I was kicking out of something, rather than kicking something off to untangle. Like lifting your leg out of long, wet grass or mud. I felt the tension pull back just before it let go. I took the towel off my head and looked down. Nothing was near my feet that I could have unconsciously wrapped my foot in. I was rushing to work that day and didn't think anything past it being a minor inconvenience that I forgot about during the next preparation task. Boyfriend was already shaken up, so I didn't add my story to his. What he'd seen scared him enough to make him not want to go into our bedroom, unless absolutely necessary. We slept on the living room couch for a few nights after that, until I could convince him to use our bed again. Neither of us associated the pearls with what was going on yet. I believed something strange and was leaning towards something paranormal, especially with the vanity drawer. But the necklace hadn't been the obvious culprit until I wore it. There was a handful of times, I swear, it felt like it was snagged from behind and it pulled up to my neck, right under my jaw. I would also slowly develop a rash that resembled burn marks around the areas where the pearls made contact. When the welts formed, I treated it like an allergic reaction. Allergies had never been a problem for me, but there could have been a chemical on the necklace that irritated my skin. The rashes wouldn't clear up. No matter what creams or pills I used to treat the bumps, they had no effect. The pearls were tossed back into the vanity drawer, and I'd continue the routine of finding it open and closing it when I used the bathroom. Then, on one of these visits, I happened to glance down into the extended drawer and saw that the necklace was missing. My boyfriend didn't take it. I don't know how long it's been missing since I noticed. Closing the drawer became such an absent-minded task, I usually just bumped it with my hip while I turned off the lights. Footsteps would trail around the apartment when we were alone and the other one was at work. It never felt like we were the only ones there. The apartment felt like a gloom had moved in, that we'd never shared as a couple up until that moment. The atmosphere was depressing, with no obvious reason as to why we felt so down. I started waking up with migraines after experiencing extremely realistic and scary nightmares. My boyfriend's sleep was becoming interrupted, equal to mine. He was woken up when I started screaming in my sleep on account of the terrible dreams I was having. I'd either wake myself up from this or he'd have to jostle my body in order to stop my screams. We wanted to move, blaming all the misfortune on our apartment being haunted, but unfortunately, we couldn't break the lease. We were also broke. We needed to save up for these changes. A retail worker and professional burglar don't make as much as one may think. First and last month's rent couldn't be scrounged together or pawned overnight. Our living room walls were decorated with neon signs that would all flicker together. None of them had settings to do anything but stay glowing. So why were they doing this now? A smaller glass piece that was shaped into a baseball glove would fall off of its fastened hook and crash into the other signs like a house of glass cards. All but around 3 or 4 survived. The rest became sharp slivers in the carpet left of the front door. The hook that held up the neon glove was still in the wall, meaning this neon piece of art would have had to have been lifted straight up and over its hook in order to fall off. The destruction happened when we were sitting in the living room watching TV together. Boyfriend had been collecting these neon signs for years. He'd even had pieces that he'd paid for with his own money hanging on that wall. Our lease was up in 5 months. During that time, we waited patiently while our home felt more and more like a haunted house. It used to be nice coming home. Now we'd dread when the other one had to leave, and we'd never looked forward to going back after our shifts ended. A coworker of mine had a litter of puppies that she was trying to adopt off. Boyfriend and I thought about getting a puppy. We decided that it would brighten up the somber feeling we were having. The next afternoon, I brought home a little lab mix that we named Biscuits. He's a very energetic pup and insists on smelling around each and every corner of his new surroundings. Our attention and affection is spent all on Biscuits, and we can't help but feel cheerier the moment he enters the apartment. That night that we brought Biscuits home, he's wandering around in the bedroom. I'm out in the living room. Boyfriend goes to work. The TV's on low and I'm playing on my phone. I hear Biscuits whimpering, and his whimpering is becoming more strained, and I get up to see what he's gotten into. I make a couple loops around the apartment and realize this puppy is nowhere to be found. I started frantically crawling around trying to listen for his squeaks and barks to get an idea of where he was. I narrow it down to the bedroom and look under the bed to see Biscuit's neck tangled in something under there. I dive in trying to free him from whatever's strangling him. When I reach my arms far enough to free him, I feel a strand of round pearls wrapped around his neck. I pull Biscuits out and through the necklace on the bed. I'd been pacing for hours, so right when my boyfriend got home that night, I told him my theory on the pearls. I told him we needed to get rid of them. He agreed. They had to go, and so off to the pawn shop he went. But before he left, I told him, don't pawn them, don't sell them. Just take them back to wherever you got them or throw them away. Something felt wrong about selling them or giving them to some other person to deal with their own horrors. I have no idea what he ended up doing with them, but I was happy to have it far away from me. I never considered things being legitimately cursed until this. Oddly enough, everything stopped. Everything was back to normal. So much so that when the time came, we even signed another lease. I was 17 when I got my first real job. It wasn't bagging groceries like all my friends, but something that in hindsight feels like a setup for a ghost story. I worked at Castle Inn Catering, which operated out of the Gessner Mansion in Georgetown, Seattle, though everyone just calls it the Georgetown Castle. From the street, it looked like a leftover from a different century. Gray stone, turrets, and windows too narrow and tall for anything modern. By the 70s, it was worn down in a way that gave it more character than charm. And at night, with the fog rolling in, it could have passed for a set piece from a horror movie. My friends did tease me about it. I laughed along, but deep down, I already sensed something about that place didn't sit right. I guess that's just how you feel when you slightly know the history of some place. It's supposed to be haunted, so it feels that way. But no. At first, the work was simple. Setting up folding tables, carrying trays of food, pouring coffee for retirees at banquet dinners. The owner, a stout woman with a permanent scowl and a smoker's voice, didn't waste time on small talk. She told me where the mop was, how to polish the glasses so they didn't streak, and which rooms not to linger in after hours. I thought she was joking. Later, I realized she wasn't. During breaks, the older workers liked to tell stories about the place. They said back in the 1920s it had been a brothel and a saloon run by Peter Gessner himself, who made his money by providing entertainment during the Prohibition. Someone mentioned the name Sarah, or maybe Mary, depending on who was talking. The details shifted from mouth to mouth, but the gist was the same. A young redhead woman, once an employee of the brothel, met a violent end in one of the upstairs rooms. Some said that she'd been strangled by a jealous magician who'd courted her. Others said that she'd been shot by a pimp with a temper. Either way, her story ended in her death, but maybe not that of her spirit. She still walks the halls, one of the dishwashers told me matter-of-factly, like he was giving directions to the nearest bus stop. You'll know it's her when you see the white gown. Sometimes she's clean, sometimes she ain't. Either way, don't stare too long. She don't like it. Now, I did tend to laugh at these things, chalk it up to kitchen gossip, the kind of thing you tell new hires to spook them in the perfect setting. But soon enough, I stopped laughing. One night, after getting back from a wedding reception, I decided to stay behind, clean up the kitchen. I was alone in the dining room. I'd just smoked a cigarette outside and was sitting down. And while sitting there, I heard the distinct sound of a woman humming, not singing. And it wasn't coming from a radio, it was just humming. It drifted from the upstairs balcony, low, like someone was just passing time, but clear, like someone's voice really making the sound. I froze, listening. The place was supposed to be empty. I called out. Maybe one of my fellow workers was still around. The humming stopped, and then a door slammed upstairs, sharp as a gunshot. The next morning when I mentioned it, one of the older women shrugged. She likes weddings, she said. Always has. Always knows when we're preparing for one, you know? That was the first time I felt this shift. The crawling sense at the back of my neck that told me the stories weren't just for fun. I guess you could say the Gessner mansion had a way of showing its moods. Lights flickered even after electricians swore the wiring was sound. It was a new setup after all. Cold air pooled in certain corners. Didn't matter the season. Dishes, though, they sometimes leapt off the shelves, shattering on the tile floor with no one nearby. This was obviously before security cameras, but we didn't need them. Once during a Christmas party, I carried a tray of champagne flutes through the hall. As I stepped under the archway, every single glass on my tray tipped forward and crashed to the carpet. Not one backward or sideways, forward in unison. Guests gasped. My manager was cursing. But when I bent to clean, the sharp smell of iron filled my nose. Much stronger than the drinks I'd spilled. It was the smell of blood, and it turned my stomach. The scent vanished as quickly as it came, though. Later that same night, a coworker whispered to me, "I don't think she likes holidays." Bad memories. How could they know that? Sure. But still, it felt deliberate, the spilling of the glasses. My last real encounter happened on a February evening. We had catered a retirement party and just gotten back to the mansion. We now needed to break down and clean everything from the day's prep. A few of us were cleaning close to midnight. I went to start sweeping the upstairs hallway, a job I'd been putting off all night. That hallway had always made me a bit uneasy. The wallpaper peeling in strips, the fact that no one really used it. It sort of felt like a boarding house up there, as though guests might step out in their nightgowns at any moment. I guess at one point it was that, so. But on this night, as I worked my way down the corridor, broom in hand, I felt the air get cooler. My breath misted. I turned, and I saw her. She stood at the far end of the hallway, a woman in a white nightgown, the fabric sheer enough that the lamplight glowed through it. Her hair was blazing red, tangled, falling over her shoulders. She felt so real. At first, I thought the shadows were playing tricks. Maybe it was a painting I'd never seen. But then I saw the stains across her chest, dark patches, seeping, spreading, like blood still fresh. For just a moment, even in the distance, I felt the weight of her gaze. It was like something invisible pressing against my chest, daring me to move or look away. In the amount of time it took me to take a deep breath, she was gone. The sight of her being there and not there, it scared me. I lost grip of the broom, and I remember the sound it made, clattering against the floor. The noise seemed to break some sort of spell. But in that instant, every door along the hallway slammed shut, one after another, until only the silence was left. Well, I had already started making my way down before the silence. My one coworker, who was down in the kitchen still, was just laughing. Obviously, they'd worked there longer than me, experienced something like this before. But I had never experienced something like that before. I felt like I couldn't even tell anyone. Who believes something like that, or who cares? Nobody else seemed to be scared by the things that happened there, so I guess I sort of sucked it up. But a few weeks later, I told my boss that I had school, which wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. The truth was, I couldn't scrub the image of that woman from my mind. I couldn't really shake the sense that she'd singled me out somehow, showing herself. It's obviously been years since I've been inside the mansion, but I still live in the area, so I drive by it. By now, it's back in private hands. Its catering days are long over. If that place is haunted, or spirits still reside there, the new owners don't seem to talk about it. But gosh, I've wanted to knock on their door and ask so many times. When I was a courier, I learned something from a tired old Navy SEAL who trained new guys on posture and panorama. Eyes see eyes, never stare at the objective. He said if you lock onto something, you become a point for it to find. It sounded like macho superstition then, an excuse to keep your head on a swivel. Yeah, it seemed paranoid, until one night. Though it doesn't explain what happened, it might explain why. I remember the bar that I was at because it had no TV, and the beer was cheap. What should have been a relatively ordinary and forgettable night is ingrained in my memory forever. With no TV, I found myself watching the rain. It pinned the windows with streaks that made the streetlights bleed into gold. And then my attention was drawn to a man. He was standing near the door, like he'd been there the whole night. A silhouette with shoulders small enough to be ordinary, but a presence too clean to be in this spot. I watched. He didn't move when people left. They walked around. He didn't move when the bartender wiped glasses. He smiled at me once, and I looked away. The SEAL's voice entered my mind. Don't stare at the objective. Eyes see eyes. So I let my eyes rest on everything else. The way the neon bounced off the spilled drinks, the way a moth smacked the light over the jukebox, the bartender's knuckles. I kept my gaze soft and unfixed for quite some time, even though I was sure it was too late. It felt less like paranoia and more like prayer. Later, as the crowd thinned, the man in the rust coat slid into the booth across from me. He was more than a silhouette now. He was close enough that I could smell him, like old paper and pennies. He didn't speak for a long time, and when he finally did, his voice was gentle, exact, like someone reading a line from a book that you're sure you'd never read. You keep your eyes on everything, he said. A good habit. Hard to fool a man who sees the edges. I grinned out of a habit because laughing keeps fear honest. You got me. He laughed with me, small and approving. Then he put his hand, palm down, not on the table, but half an inch above it, and traced a slow line through the booth's scarred vinyl, as if he were cutting a pattern only he could see. The bartender turned his back, and no one else in the room watched. I felt it before I saw it, a pressure like the weight of a warm coin against my chest. The skin over the sternum prickled, as if something invisible had dragged across it. And then there was a cold sharpness like glass. I felt my cheeks go slack, and I tasted metal. I did not feel a touch at all. There was nothing on his hand, even if he did touch me. But when I glanced down, because of course I did, my jacket was torn, a thin white line shining wet against the fabric. A shallow crescent of blood marked my skin, as if traced by a single nail. No one in the bar had moved. The air, for me, was suddenly burnt and sour, like a struck match melted in with the smell of pennies. How? I started to ask him. He smiled the same smile that he had in the beginning. He tapped the table again, a staccato beat, as if keeping time. He didn't say anything. He just exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders and kept smiling. Then he said, "Thanks for making this interesting." He moved his hand back in the same slow arc. Above the leather, his fingers left a shadow that didn't match the light. It pinched and bent like wet cloth. The shadow's edge flickered like a heartbeat, and when the shadow passed over my jacket, the torn line and the blood were gone, as if some invisible seamstress had tucked the wound closed with a quick stitch. The mark stayed, though, a pale, jagged crescent, like a hooked rune. It hurt in a place deeper than skin, despite the wound itself being gone. "How did you—" I started again, but he had already stood. He slid out of the booth, left money on the table, and opened the door into the rain. The bell over the door sang, and when it did, I found myself snapping out of whatever trance I'd been sitting in. The bartender was now paying attention to me, but I wasn't interested in drinking anymore. I wasn't interested in leaving either. Eventually, I walked to my car, holding my jacket closed over the freaky mark on my chest. For weeks, it itched. And during that time, contractors I hired for an important job said they couldn't do the work. They left within days without reason, really. Things broke, stuff went wrong, plans folded. It felt like literally nothing could go right, and I was on the path of losing a lot of what made my life great. And then one day, a day that shouldn't have been different than any other. I woke up and I felt different. I had more energy. That's what I noticed instantly. The next thing I noticed was the mark was gone. I decided right there, look, that stain is off your body. It's out of your life. Plain and simple. So, whatever that man left on me, it felt as close to a curse as I can think of, and I don't have an explanation for it. And why did he choose me? Well, eyes see eyes, I guess. That's all I can think of anyway. And other than that, try not to think of it. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet, and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, She needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently, while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. It was meant to be a pretty flawless weekend. Just me, Ray, and the wilderness. No work, no stress, just the sound of birds and campfire. We pitched our tent near the edge of a really thick forest, miles away from any signs of civilization, on purpose. The sky had been clear when we arrived, and the evening sunset had lit the trees in a nice golden glow. It kind of felt like paradise. That night, we sat by the fire, sipping beers, talking about everything and nothing at the same time. The smell of pine. Loved that smell. The stars were also scattered. It was a clear night. Not a hint of nothing wrong. But looking back, I wish I'd paid more attention to the wind. It had picked up a little, just a little, enough to make the flames from our campfire dance a little bit higher than they should have. I woke up in the middle of the night to the smell of smoke, thick, heavy, acrid. At first, I thought that it was just the remnants of our fire, but then I noticed the sky outside the tent. It wasn't dark anymore. It was glowing, a sickly orange that flickered through the trees. "Ray," I whispered. I was shaking him awake. "Ray, wake up." He groaned, rubbing his eyes. He smelled it too right away. His eyes flew wide open. He sat up, unzipping the tent, sticking his head outside. "Holy crap, it's a fire." I scrambled out after him, my stomach dropping. The horizon was lit up with flames, and the fire was closer than I could have imagined. Close enough that I could feel the heat against my skin. And the wind, it was wild now, whipping through the trees, pushing the fire towards us like some living monster. I remember thinking, we're gonna die. "We gotta go," Ray said. His voice was tight with panic. "We gotta go right now." We didn't have time to pack anything. We grabbed the keys, our phones, bolted for the car. The smoke in the air was so thick, it stung my eyes, made my throat burn. Could hardly see a thing. The sound of the fire was a low, menacing roar, but it grew louder with each second, closing in literally all around us. As we reached the car, the first embers began to rain down, red, hot, dangerous. Ray fumbled with the keys, swearing under his breath. His hands were trembling. I watched him try to unlock the doors. The heat was intense, like the air itself was literally fire. Come on," he shouted to himself. Finally, the engine roared to life. Ray slammed his foot on the gas, and the tires spun out on the dirt before we tore down the road. The fire was everywhere, engulfing the trees on both sides, closing in, blocking out the sky. The flames lit up the night, casting an eerie glow over everything. The heat radiated through the windows, and I could feel the burn on my face. The air in the car was stifling. I was choking. I glanced over at Ray. His face was determined, though I could see fear. My own hands were shaking as I gripped the seat. "We can outrun it," Ray said. "We'll get out of here." I nodded, but inside I wasn't so sure. The fire was moving fast, and then I thought, is this even possible? It felt like a dream. Every few seconds, another tree burst into flames, sending embers swirling in the air like fireflies. We were trapped between walls of fire, and it felt like they were closing in on us, tightening. We sped around a bend, and then it happened. Ahead of us, a massive tree, engulfed in flames. It had crashed down across the road. Ray slammed on the brakes, and we skidded to a stop, inches from the burning wreckage. I could feel the heat radiating off of it, so hot it seemed to warp the air. I looked at Ray, panicked. "We can't go through that. If we don't, the fire's gonna trap us," Ray said, and his voice was tight. "We have to go through." I didn't have time to argue. He hit the gas, and the car surged forward. I screamed, bracing myself as we barreled straight towards the flames. The fire, roaring on both sides. For a second, it felt like we were driving into the heart of it. I could feel the heat searing my skin, the car filling with smoke. I swear I thought the car was going to melt all around us. I covered my face with my arms, feeling the intense heat pressing against me. But then, just as suddenly, we were through. The flames disappeared in the rear view, the orange glow fading behind us as we burst onto an open stretch of road. The sky was hazy, and the air was thick with smoke, but the fire was behind us, and we made it out. And then we heard it. Emergency services. I just sat there, shaking uncontrollably. My lungs burned, and the smell of smoke was heavy in the air, but we were alive. Ray's hands were trembling, and he was pale. His face was smeared with soot. Neither of us said anything for a long time. We just sat there, trying to catch our breath, process what had happened. Finally, I broke the silence. We almost didn't make it. Ray nodded, but we did. I turned back, looking at the fire, devouring everything in its path. I could hear the roar, but it was quieter now. We had escaped, but just barely. Firefighters worked on the fire for hours, and we were at the hospital for a majority of it. There wasn't a burn ban at the time, so we didn't actually end up getting in trouble, but there probably should have been one. Either way, I'm just happy we made it out alive. Took a while to appreciate the smell of a campfire again, that's for sure. When I was 16, my parents got obsessed with the idea of living a healthier lifestyle. They started with gym memberships, but that got expensive and impractical. Instead, they started jogging twice a day, and that eventually led to hiking, which turned into a camping interest. Nowadays, most people do research on YouTube before diving into new interests, but my parents have always been learn-on-the-job people. Our first outing was to a campsite 20 minutes from our house. They had vending machines, outhouses, and fire starter logs all over the place. And I get it. There's a bunch of camping styles out there. But doing well at a site like this does not mean you're ready to buy an RV and drive into the middle of the woods. They had no clue how to service an RV, but let's start with the camping supplies. We had drinking water, but no food because we were going to live off the land. They bought candle lanterns to be more authentic. Well, guess what? You can't see shit with a freaking candle. Worthless. Heaven forbid we have real flashlights. We had fishing poles, but no bait because nothing beats a fresh worm. As far as actually getting there, even my mom was appalled by the poor planning. Though I'm not sure why she trusted Dad with it in the first place. He didn't actually pick a place or route. He just found a wooded area with a body of water on the map and drove to it. We drove around for a bit until we saw an ATV trail and went on it. A few miles deep, we got a flat tire. Dad put on a spare, the single spare, and we continued forward. About 5 minutes later, we got another flat. Dad said that we could make it on a donut, and off we went. Eventually, we ran out of trail, so you'd think that we'd circle back or camp on that spot, but no, my parents thought that we could squeeze in like it was a goddamn parking lot. We made it an extra 50 feet and lost a side mirror before they admitted defeat. The spot that we had to stop on was covered in roots. The back of the RV was noticeably higher than the front. It felt like walking around on one of those fun houses without the mirrors. There was no pond in sight, but it was supposedly a short hike ahead, which it was pretty generous to call it a pond, but it was there all right. Dad wanted to get some worms and fish for dinner, while Mom got a fire ready. Unfortunately, the ground was covered in so many roots and overgrowth that it was nearly impossible to dig. I didn't try too hard because I already knew that there was no fish in that oversized puddle, but there's no arguing with my dad when he's sure about something. After a half hour, he'd come up with 2 of the most pitiful worms I'd ever seen, and we got our lines in the water. That also took a few tries, because casting too hard put the hook on the opposite bank. Needless to say, we didn't catch anything. We went back to the RV when it started getting dark. Mom didn't have much more luck than we did. She had a pile of sticks that were too green to burn, and our sleeping bags were laid out over a maze of lumpy roots. We were all disappointed, but they said that it was part of the challenge. I don't think I've described the RV much, but it wasn't one of those nice ones that you see people glam camping or whatever it's called. No, this was already a rundown piece of shit, even for the 90s. But I figured, hey, a lumpy twin mattress is better than the ground. It wasn't. As soon as I stepped inside, I was hit with the foulest smell. I ran back outside gagging. Turns out that my mom had taken a massive dump while we were fishing, and the toilet was backed up to the point of overflowing. Guess who had no idea you were supposed to empty the septic tanks on those things? That's right, my parents. It was fully dark by this time. This is when we learned just how bad the lanterns were. But my dad decided to check things out anyway. He opened a panel on the RV and started unscrewing things, like he knew what he was doing. Next thing you know, a geyser of toxic sludge spews forth, covering my dad's legs and splashing all over me. I mean, just to make sure you understand exactly how disgusting it was, keep in mind that this wasn't just our waste. My dad didn't know how RVs work, so it wasn't emptied before we bought it. This was other people's shit all over us, and it's not like we could shower. That would be far too simple. Nope, we hiked back into the pond, fell a lot, and left our soiled clothes behind. We stumbled our way back to camp, but there was no escaping that smell. Finally, we decided to drag our sleeping bags up to the actual trail, the one that we drove off. I really can't stress how hard it was to navigate a strange forest with those damn lanterns, but at least the ground and air was better once we got up there. I was miserable and starving, so I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep, but I passed out pretty quick, until a group of drunk rednecks woke us up. Sometime after midnight, the roar of four-wheelers and laughter rudely ripped us from our uneasy slumbers. Their lights were on us before we could even sit up, so there was no hiding. There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us. They were aggressive but also laughing, so I couldn't tell if they were actually dangerous or just messing with us. But it was both. They said that we were trespassing, asked us a bunch of questions like who we were, how we got there. My dad tried to speak with them, but I could tell that he was afraid, and that made me afraid. 2 of the guys were standing on either side of him while the other 2 positioned themselves behind me and my mom. They kept touching our hair and shoulders, giggling like schoolyard bullies. My dad tried to move closer to us, but the 2 by him kept blocking his way. When my dad explained about our RV problem, one of the guys took a flashlight into the woods to check it out. While he was gone, the others made jokes about paying rent. Said my mom and I could pay him if my dad didn't have any cash. At 16, I understood what that meant just fine. And that's when the real terror set in. At the time, I expected my dad to do something, but he was one small man against 4 huge guys. At least one of them had a gun on their waist, so there was really nothing that my dad could do besides try to talk our way out of it. When the guy came back from the RV, my backpack was slung over his shoulder, and it looked pretty full. He stole a bunch of our stuff, but none of us were dumb enough to complain. He told his buddies that we were really stuck there, and everyone started laughing again. They told us to get on their 4-wheelers, and they'd take us to their house to use a phone, but obviously we didn't want to go anywhere with them. When we refused, they stopped laughing and tried to make us. They grabbed us, we started screaming, and there was the briefest struggle before we heard more 4-wheelers coming our way. I thought things were going to get a lot worse, but the guys stopped laughing and let us go really fast, like kids dropping the cookies they were trying to steal. Suddenly, they were the nicest good old boys you'd ever met. A few minutes later, 2 older gentlemen appeared, and the whole atmosphere changed. They sent the other guys back to call us a tow and waited with us until it got there. By the time the sun came up, we had new tires, the RV was back on the road, and we drove straight the hell home. My parents sold the RV a few days later and found new hobbies. We never tried to go camping again. When I was in 3rd grade, me and my best friend Ricky were out at recess. The perimeter of our playground was surrounded by a chain-link fence. It was as tall as us, but in reality it only went up to the hips of the adults. On the other side of that was a marsh that swampy water pushed right up against the fence. The recess teachers shared a comically large pair of boots that they'd put on to retrieve the frisbees and sports balls that got thrown over. Anything smaller than a baseball or heavier than a tennis ball was considered lost because it was instantly swallowed by the muddy grassland, and the mosquitoes became unbearable the closer it got to summer. I knew my best friend since kindergarten. He was always chill, never got into fights with kids, and he listened in class. Impossible to distract. In retrospect, he most likely was a poster child for the positive effects of Adderall. Whatever it was, I'd never seen Ricky trip out, until the day that Ricky tripped out. He'd brought a toy from home, which was against the rules, but Ricky was too cool to care about the superficial ones. It was his toy, and he accepted the responsibility if anything happened to it. What he brought was a Japanese superhero. It looked like Ultraman, but an insect version of that guy. It had wings and a string that if you pulled it, it would spin the torso so the wings would catch air. It would hover like a helicopter. Ricky's very first demonstration of how it works, a swift rip of the cord leaves the string on Ricky's fingers and lifts the bug hero higher and higher into the sky. Then it began drifting further and further away from us. Anybody could predict exactly where it would go next. Well, anybody except 2 excited 3rd graders, mesmerized at the shiny colors on the propeller wings. Both of us watch as it gently glides over the chain-link fence and into the tall grass. It didn't look like it went too far out there, a few meters from the playground. When it went over, I stayed where I was, and Ricky ran off toward the fence. We knew the teachers out there weren't going to help us, but I wouldn't have guessed that Ricky would have been ballsy enough to hop the fence. After making sure that none of the teachers were paying attention, he climbed over. I was looking around, and so impressed that he got away with it. The kids and the adults alike were none the wiser. Ricky's cool points skyrocketed from that maneuver, and I asked myself, is this what being gay is? It wasn't, but it was the most badass thing I'd ever seen a kid do, and because he was my best friend, it made me the second coolest kid around. My weird fanboy moment was short-lived, however, lasting a couple seconds at most. After Ricky went into the tall grass out of view, the whole playground was alerted by his wailing, top of his lungs shrieks. All of the kids run to the fence, myself included. The recess teachers were close behind asking what's going on back there. Cool kids don't snitch, so I didn't. The sounds that were coming from the tall grass sounded like animals fighting, and a second growling voice started to match the first shrieks. The adults even suggested that that's what it was when they started moving us off the fence. Just animals. I was the only one that knew one of the voices was actually Ricky's, until he made one gargling last shout that clearly said, "Help." Hearing that it was a child on the other side, one of the younger teachers runs and hurdles the fence toward the noise. Then she starts screaming for one of the other teachers to call an ambulance. When she emerges from the grass, her clothes are covered in the sticky muck, and Ricky's in her arms, his body's hanging limp. She hands him to the teacher that didn't run for the phones, and they start performing CPR on him. When the first teacher gets back over the fence, she tells all of the kids to go to their classrooms, and I'm forced to join the group of classmates as they herd us like cattle back into the building. Our class watched the ambulance and police cars pull into the school parking lot. Our classroom didn't face the playground, so I wasn't able to find out what was going on with Ricky until the weekend. My mom drove me over to drop off the worksheets from the remaining days he missed that week. He was in his room, and it was the first time I'd seen him since he was dead on the playground. Ricky always had relatively long surfer hair, but when I showed up, he'd shaved it all off. He also had stitches in a moon shape on the top of his head. When I asked what happened, he made me promise not to tell anyone, and I did. But when he told me, it really freaked me out, and I believed him because he was my best friend and wouldn't make something like this up. The future crescent scar on his head would also add to the validity of his story. So what Ricky told me was that after he got over the fence, he stepped into the tall grass, and his shoes quickly sank into the mud as he tried to keep them from falling off of his feet. I think Ricky might be the first kid to ever see what was on the other side of that fence. He says that on the other side of the grass is an open wetland with a highway barely visible in the distance. He could see his toy stuck in the mud, but it was still pretty far away from him. So he slowly starts drudging through the mud towards it. But from behind another tall patch of grass that was even closer to the stuck toy, Ricky sees an old lady step out of the clearing. I asked what she was doing out there, but he said he didn't know. He was happy to see her, though. He asked her to throw him the spinner while thanking her a bunch as she made her way over to the toy. When she picked it up out of the mud, she held it out to Ricky, and again, he asks her to throw it. But she doesn't. She keeps it held in front of her, just staring back at him. Ricky was too polite to ask again, and instead began struggling in the mud to get over to her. She was maybe 3 or 4 meters away. He described her as a small, elderly woman, a long blue dress that hung off her bony, hunched back, and she had her hair tucked under a bandana. Ricky says that he had to use his arms to pull his legs out each time that he stepped. But after his first couple of steps forward, the marsh got deeper, and Ricky's legs sunk to the middle of his shins, making any progress nearly impossible. As he's trying to jiggle his legs free, he looks up at the old woman and sees her running at him in a full sprint, like the mud was less of an obstacle than her age. Telling me this part, Ricky starts pumping his arms as he described how fast she was coming at him, saying that she closed those meters in less than a couple of seconds. Ricky only had time to scream before the old woman was attacking him with incredible strength, trying to drown him in the mud. She yanked him around with so much force that she was actually pulling out chunks of his hair and scalp. The last breath that he had was used to scream. Then he says the woman was able to fully submerge his head. I asked why he didn't want to tell anyone, and he says he already tried, and it was just easier to say that he fell and continued sinking like quicksand, and parts of his hair also got stuck and were torn out on their own in the 20 centimeters of mud. That bland excuse seemed highly unlikely, but the true story sounded even more unlikely in comparison. Ricky always kept his hair short after that, partially because parts of his hair never regrew in a few baseball-size areas, and he had a bald pride phase in high school, where he thought he was the lead singer of Disturbed. But that's about it, though. We're all adults now. It's been a few decades since the incident, but I like to remind him of the secret he confided in me all of those years ago, and every so often I'll send him a text that says, "Remember when that old lady beat your ass to death?" You know, to show solidarity that I always believed he was telling the truth. Friendship is nice. Pick up your phone and text your best friend something offensive to show them you love them. The end. When I was about 8 years old, My little brother and I got lost in the woods outside my family's property in Oregon. We didn't know we were lost, but everyone else seemed to. So, from the top. My grandparents used to own a cabin somewhere in or around Bend, Oregon. They sold it shortly after this event, so I still have no idea if it was because of this or simply a financial decision they had to make. Either way, I remember the home quite fondly. It had an immaculate garden, thanks to Grandma. Lots of area to run around and be free. There were some woods lining the property, stretching on for who knows how long. We weren't to go that far. My grandparents had a lassie-like dog named Tapper, who would play with my brother and I for hours, but he also acted much like a babysitter. I guess Lassie's character wasn't too far off, because Tapper was known to alert the adults when the children had wandered a bit too far. But he also had saved my grandpa, who'd gotten himself stuck in a mole hole. He'd snapped his ankle and wouldn't have been able to make it out if Tapper hadn't run home to alert Grandma. Anyway, good dog. Well, too often my little brother and I would wander just past the property and into the woods. We never did get that far with Tapper around, but on this particular day, Tapper was the one at the tree line. We thought, oh wow, Tapper boy wants an adventure too. Let's follow him. So we did. As we approached the trees, I remember Tapper disappearing into the woods, and we had to run in just to catch up with him. Once inside, though, we couldn't find Tapper. We called for him with no response. That was incredibly unusual, but like most 8-year-olds, I didn't think too much of it. We just kept on walking to find Tapper. We walked for what couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, when suddenly I got the feeling like I was in a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure out why I felt like this. I looked at my little brother, and he was just wandering off. I ran after him, grabbed his hand, told him, I think we gotta go back now. He looked at me and said, "Nuh-uh, Mama's here. She's calling for us." Then he let go of my hand and kept running off in the opposite direction. I followed after him, not because I could hear what he heard, but because I didn't want to lose my brother. Catching up with him, I grabbed him a little more firmly and said, "We gotta go. Mama's not here." But just as I grabbed him and I looked forward, I saw Tapper. Then I heard a bark, but it didn't come from the Tapper that we were looking at. It came from the Tapper behind us, at the edge of the woods, right where we had entered. Still, my brother insisted Mama was in the woods, that she was looking for us, and even still, I heard nothing outside of Tapper's barking. The other Tapper sat patiently in front of us, nodding his head in a most unusual way. I knew this wasn't Tapper, but I had no idea what it was. I calmly told my brother that we needed to get out of here, and we needed to get away from this dog. "What dog?" he asked me almost in a giggle way. When I pointed at the dog, it started to snarl. It was quick and loud, so I recoiled, but my brother did not. He just stood there, looking at me, confused as to why I was shaken, and still asking me, "What dog?" He clearly didn't see what I saw, and I couldn't hear what he heard, but we needed to move. I was bigger than him, so I just scooped him up, giving him no chance to go in the other direction. I ran us towards the real Tapper, leaving the wannabe behind us. I didn't look back. When we got within a footstep of Tapper, I realized we weren't exiting the same area that we'd entered, but I was relieved to be exiting. Once we did, we heard an uproar of voices coming from our right. It was our entire family. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. They were a mix of emotions. After reprimanding us for going into the woods, they asked why we didn't respond to them calling for us. I told them I didn't hear any of that. My brother says he heard Mama calling for him, so then it just looked like I wasn't paying attention or answering, but I swore. And I swear to this day, I absolutely did not hear that. Even with all of that considered, how did we end up on the entire other side of the woods? We didn't walk nearly long enough to cover such distance, but that's where it gets weirder. Everyone is talking about how long we were gone for. Over an hour. There's just no way that could be true. There's no way we were gone for longer than 10 minutes. I double know this because when I was a child, time always crawled. I was constantly being told to be patient or go entertain myself to pass time. I just knew that we weren't gone for that long. Anyway, I never told anyone about the dog because it didn't seem like they believed much I had to say for myself anyway. Even now, I remember how isolating that felt, to not be believed. I wasn't a child known for fibbing, but I guess as I've grown, I get it. The events that unfolded were impossible. I saw and felt something completely different than my brother, but neither of us thought that we were gone longer than a couple minutes. I can't explain it, so how could they? I don't know. I do know there's something so unsettling about those woods. I moved into an old farmhouse about 2 years ago. It's one of those places you drive past and immediately picture in sepia. Peeling white paint, a red barn leaning a little too far to one side, and a front porch big enough for 4 rocking chairs. It was built sometime in the late 1800s. The real estate listing called it rustic charm, but my friends just called it creepy. I figured, hey, I grew up in old houses, I can handle creepy. From the first week, I had the sense that someone else was moving in with me. Or more likely, they were already there. It was just the feeling of being observed when you're making coffee or walking down the hall. I did chalk it up to being alone in a big place for the first time and leaning into the creepy. Still, every so often I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. Didn't feel like just shadows. A dark skirt swishing around a doorway. A pale sleeve disappearing into another room. Always quick enough that I couldn't get a good look, but enough that I couldn't help but notice. The kitchen was the worst for that. I'd be rinsing a mug, and I would feel like someone had just walked through the back doorway. The first time it happened, I even called out, thinking maybe one of my friends had stopped by. No answer. Just the smell of old wood and dish soap. The barn had its own atmosphere. Cold, even in the summer. But the house felt like it was living. I certainly didn't feel alone. After a few months, the glimpses started to feel less like nerves and more like a routine. I'd see a hem of a dress vanish around a corner when I walked into the bedroom, or a hand on the banister when I come down the stairs. It was always in that muted farmhouse palette. Grays, whites, browns. Always too quick to confront. But then, I actually saw her. It had been raining all day. The whole place smelled like damp hay. I was upstairs reading with the window cracked. The old pipes in the walls clicked as the temperature dropped, and I could hear the wind rattling the tin roof of the porch. I loved these noises. But at some point, I realized the house had gone silent. There were no creaks or pipes. I couldn't even hear the wind. The hair on my arms stood up. That was when I noticed the movement in the hallway. She stepped into view slowly, like she wasn't trying to hide anymore. Full-bodied, solid as a person. A woman, maybe in her 30s. Wearing a long, dark skirt, a pale blouse with rolled-up sleeves, hair pinned up in a loose bun. Farm clothes from another time. She wasn't glowing, and she didn't float. She just stood there at the top of the stairs looking at me with this calm, steady expression, like she was checking on me. For a second, I was just frozen in place. My first instinct was to be terrified. Every ghost story I'd ever read came flooding back. But the longer I looked at her, the less afraid I felt. Her face wasn't angry or sad. She looked tired, maybe, but kind. Like the look someone gives a kid who's fallen asleep on the couch. She didn't speak. She didn't move closer. She just met my eyes for what felt like half a minute. She turned and walked down the stairs. By the time I reached the hallway, she was gone. The weirdest part is that after that night, the whole house felt different. It was warmer. The cold corners weren't as cold. The barn didn't feel like it was glaring at me anymore. I do still catch glimpses of her sometimes. The sleeve disappearing around a corner, the skirt swaying at the edge of a doorway. No one else seems to have noticed anything. So for now, it just feels like a neighbor passing by, not something lurking. It's like she's still keeping an eye on the place, making sure I'm okay or that the house is. I've told friends and gotten the usual reactions. You were probably tired when you saw that. Old houses creak. You creep yourself out. Shadows play tricks. I've lived in old houses before, as I said. This wasn't a shadow or a trick. This was a person who didn't exactly exist. Not now. But they did long enough to look at me. I don't know her story. Anything I dug up historically doesn't really seem to fit. Whoever she was, she definitely lived here before me, but who knows when. But I'm okay with her still walking the halls. The house doesn't feel so empty, but it doesn't feel haunted in the sense of scary either. It feels tended to. I'm grateful there's no slamming doors or opening windows. For an old farmhouse, I think that's about as close to a blessing as you're going to get. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first, and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. This first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked. V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues. This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddy. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. I live in a pretty old house. Nothing special, just a regular small suburban home. It's a boring neighborhood where nothing exciting really ever happens, and the youngest residents are in their 50s, except for me. I'm 33 and moved in after my grandmother passed away last year. It's much better than my apartment and all paid off, so I'm happy with it. Also, I feel like this is leading up to make you think that I'm going to talk about my grandmother haunting me, and that's not the case. Sorry. I slept in this house 2 days after she died and every night since without incident. I've personally never been a believer, so that wasn't even on my list of concerns. Then last weekend, I finally got around to cleaning out the basement. It's not very big, but Granny was a minor hoarder, so it was just a lot of work. A few of my relatives came to help, and we actually enjoyed the stroll down memory lane. Once everything was cleared out, we had some dinner and everyone went home. Afterwards, I got a head start on moving the keep pile back downstairs. The space between the stairs has always been closed in with wood paneling. I never gave it much thought before, but now that I wanted somewhere to put my bike, I realized that these things usually had access panels for extra storage. Upon closer inspection, I found an old access panel. It looked like someone shot extra nails through the opening to make sure that it wouldn't come off. Well, that's pretty weird, right? So I got a pry bar and I pulled it open. The air inside smelled foul and stale. Something dead had gotten shut in there. I got a light, but I didn't see anything besides cobwebs, dirt, and rotting wood. I had to get out of there before I puked, so I propped the panel back in place and went upstairs. The next day, I called my cousin and had him come take a look. He actually did puke, but after that, he opened the crawl space walls and thought he found the source. I don't have the stomach to describe it. It was clearly some kind of critter, but it had been there for so long, we couldn't tell what. And you'd think that that would have been the end of it. Spray some bleach, close up the wall, clear the cobwebs, enjoy the extra 6 feet of storage space, right? But no, when my cousin left that night, we could still smell it. I kept the basement door shut, figured that it would dissipate within the next day or two, but it didn't. Even with the door closed, I could smell this shit from the other side of the house. Now, we've all been stuck around a bad smell before. Usually you get used to it. Once you smell it long enough, you just stop smelling it until someone new comes along and points it out again. I know, yet that's not what happened here. I still smell this thing when I eat, when I shower, when I sleep. It never goes away. That in itself was weird. But then I really started thinking about the whole thing. If only I had never removed the panel, right? Well, how did that flimsy panel conceal such an awful stench completely? Shouldn't we have at least smelled something in the basement before that? It seemed to have no trouble getting through the walls. I still can't explain it. So day 3, maybe 4, I can't take it anymore. I called a cleaning company and told them to go to town on the basement. I specifically asked if they could handle this kind of smell, and they repeated rather condescendingly and assured me that these jobs were the kind they did all the time. I could tell they didn't believe me. You know the way people sound when they're just humoring you. This lady's voice was dripping with that. These people came out the next day, and I'm immediately put at ease. They had a 4-person crew with tons of fancy cleaning gadgets that I've never seen before. And let me tell you, they are confident. Well, as soon as they stepped inside, they went back to the van for gas masks. I'll say that I received a great surge of satisfaction when I saw the look on their retreating faces. They were the looks that one wears when realizing that they've f***ed around and now have found out. That tantalizing mixture of shock and horror and shame. These people poked around in the basement for 2 hours, but they couldn't find anything else. They did a full cleaning, said to call them if the smell came back. Before they left, one of the guys stayed back to tell me that I should let my kids stay with someone else until I had the basement under control. I told him that I didn't have a kid. He said that he heard it crying. This guy absolutely thought I was lying. He said that they all heard the kid crying. I agreed with him just to make them leave because that was too weird. There aren't even any kids on my street, so I don't know what they thought they heard. When they first left, all I could smell was bleach and chemicals, and it was fantastic. Anything was better than that god-awful stench. With the windows open, the rest of the house even started smelling downright decent. And then I went to bed and woke up to a slightly less than fresh smell, and it had gotten worse the closer I got to the basement. It was back. When I opened the door to go downstairs, it hit me full on, like that first night all over again. Halfway down the steps, I felt 2 hands press firmly on the back of my legs and push. I fell all the way to the bottom and broke my wrist. It took a second for the pain to set in. I was more worried about the person who had pushed me, but there was no one down there. The lights were on. It's not like it was too dark to see anyone. I could see everything just fine, but no one was there. I have a camera pointing in the kitchen. No one went in or out of that door, so they didn't run away as I was falling. What the hell is happening in this house? The cleaning company is supposed to come back in a few days, but I don't even want to go down there anymore. I'm thinking about bricking over that door and writing off the basement entirely. Every April, my family spends a week at our lake house in Louisiana. This year, we took my cousin because his parents were fighting again. My uncle is a real prick, so he stays with us a lot. Benji is 12 and on the way to being just like his father, so, needless to say, I wasn't happy to be stuck with him for an entire week. At least when he stayed with us at home, I could go out with friends. I know when you think lake house, you imagine swimming and jet skis, but it's not that kind of place. At least not this lake. It's all swampland and alligators, and that's how we could afford the property in the first place. If anything, it's more of a lake shack. There were too many snakes and bugs for my taste, so I usually watch TV and play Xbox. Benji, however, is an avid little fisherman, and his favorite kind is noodling. If you're not familiar with the term, it's also called hand fishing. It's illegal in over half the state, so allow me to explain. Noodling is when you go into muddy water and stick your arm into a giant catfish hole. If you're lucky, the fish will latch on and you can pull it out. Sounds fun, right? There's a few problems. It can be fairly dangerous for a number of reasons. Chief among those reasons, lots of things live in holes, snakes and snapping turtles among them. The first rule is to never stick your hand in a hole that's not 100% submerged. You also want to wear a protective glove, if not a full sleeve, or you can get cut up pretty badly. Our first day on the lake, Benji wanted to go noodling, but my parents warned him about the gators and reminded him that noodling season wouldn't even start until next month. For the next 2 days, Benji fished from the pier, and we all did our own thing. On the third day, my parents drove into town, and I was placed on babysitting duty. Benji immediately went back to the pier, and I went to my Xbox. All should have been well, but an hour later, I heard his screams. They were the kind of screams that let you know something awful was happening. Filled with pain and terror, I thought someone was attacking him, so I grabbed my dad's rifle on the way out, but it was so much worse than I thought. As I would later learn, Benji saw my parents leaving as a chance to go noodling. He didn't have his glove, and he had never done it without his dad being there to watch over him. After a couple of empty holes, he tried one that had some kind of sharp debris sticking through the wall. It cut into his forearm and down the length of his hand before he could get free. To hide what he had done, he tried to wash the blood off in the lake, hoping to wrap his arm in a t-shirt and bandage the wound before anyone noticed. Unfortunately, splashing your bloody hand in alligator-infested waters is a very bad thing to do, especially when you're a small boy. He never even noticed the gator as it approached, only after it lunged. It latched onto his hand and began dragging him down. That's when the screaming started. The water he was standing in was just over ankle deep, but the gator was trying to get him in a death roll. I was halfway there when the gator flipped him over. Benji's head went beneath the water, and I thought he was dead. I imagined explaining to my parents and the police how his parents would react, but just as quickly he was back, screaming louder than ever, but flailing too much to see anything more than a blur of movement. Suddenly, I was in the water with him. The gator was just making his second death roll attempt, and I fired straight into its underbelly. Its mouth opened, and I dragged Benji out of the lake by his good arm. He was still screaming bloody murder. People from the other houses were making their way down to us. 3 other guys put the alligator out of its misery, while someone else called an ambulance. I was in total shock. It wasn't until some lady started tending to Benji's wound that I saw the damage. His hand was barely left attached. It just hung there by a thin strip of skin and muscle, like a dead piece of meat. I could see jagged ends of broken bones sticking out of the red, stained flesh, and it made me puke. My parents arrived moments after the paramedics. Benji was airlifted to a hospital with my mom while Dad and I followed in the car. It took us 2 hours to get there. By then, the doctors had determined that there was no chance of saving his hand and had begun surgery. This happened the first week of April, so it's been a couple of weeks now. Benji's home from the hospital, but in poor spirits, as expected. I feel awful. No one has specifically blamed me, but I should have kept a better eye on him. My aunt and uncle openly blamed my parents. I don't know if they'll ever be able to fix their relationship. Even though they won't say it, I know they blame me too. The way they look at me now is just awful. Whoever's fault it was, Benji will pay the price for the rest of his life now. Even if he was being a snotty brat, most kids are. They don't know any better, and no one deserves this kind of lesson at 12 years old. It was the summer. I was 24, about to cross that invisible line into 25, and life had that wide-open feel. I was working a seasonal job in Gardner, Montana, just outside the north gate of Yellowstone. The town was small and sleepy, nestled between rugged mountains and that endless sky. Tourists came and went, eager to experience the wild beauty of the park, but for me, it was just where I slept, ate, and worked. I'd rented a modest cabin for the season, rustic, nothing fancy, but it had its charms. At least that's what I thought at first. I remember that night vividly. The air was thick with the smell of pine as usual, but there was a faint sulfur smell, presumably from Yellowstone's geothermal springs, a smell that you never quite got used to, a smell that wasn't usually this strong. Normally the sound of wind pushing through the trees and creaking the cabin was comforting, natural, but something about it felt wrong that night. The wind felt heavier, and I woke up suddenly, though I couldn't remember hearing any noises that could have disturbed me. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if I'd sprinted a mile. I blinked, trying to make sense of the dim room around me, and then I saw something. At first I thought that I was still dreaming, an old woman, floating above my bed. She wasn't standing. She wasn't even hovering like you might picture a ghost would. Her body was stretched horizontally, parallel to mine, suspended mid-air. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible, and yet there she was, maybe 2 feet above me, her face pale, gaunt, and framed by thin, wispy hair that floated as if she was in water. I found that I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My body felt paralyzed, though I'm not sure if it was fear or something else keeping me still. Her eyes, they were the worst part. They were open, wide, staring directly into mine, dark and empty, but not blind. No, she was looking at me, seeing me. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes, to wake up and shake this nightmare away, but I couldn't. Time stretched out. Seconds felt like hours, and she just floated there, silent, watching. I could hear my breath shallow and rapid. It was the only sound in the room. For a moment, I thought I saw her lips twitch, like she was going to speak, but nothing came out. I didn't want to know what she had to say. I just wanted her to leave, to disappear, but she stayed. And then she disappeared. Slowly, she began to drift backwards. Her body receded into the far corner of the room, her form becoming more indistinct, like smoke dissolving into the air. But those eyes, those cold, dark eyes, never left mine, not until she vanished entirely. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body still frozen in place, and my mind racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A waking dream. That had to be it. But deep down, I knew better. There was something else. Something I couldn't explain away so easily. The next morning, I tried to brush it off, but the memory clung to me. It was heavy and unsettling. I avoided looking at the corner of the room where she had disappeared. Something about that space felt different now, darker. I packed my things and spent the rest of the season sleeping with the light on. It didn't help. It's been over 15 years since that night, and I still think about it, constantly. I never told anyone, not really. How could I? It sounded insane. But no matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a dream. That she was real, in her own way, and that she wasn't just there by accident. Gardner is a strange place, perched on the edge of something wild and ancient. The locals talk about spirits, about the land being haunted by things older than we can understand. Maybe she was one of them, drawn to me for reasons I don't know. But whatever she was, wherever she came from, she left her mark, and I'll never forget her face. This happened in 2017 when my wife and I were forced out of our house while it was being renovated after a leak. Our insurance found us a tiny one-bedroom apartment. It was small, but we anticipated not having to be there very long. Our first night was fine. Second night, we both woke up at exactly 3 a.m. from basically the same nightmare. Something heavy and featureless, sitting or pressing down on my chest. My wife felt like it was choking the air out of her. We laughed about it the next morning because what else do you do? Then it happened again the next night. Same nightmare, same feeling. We sat up, both gasping, and that's when we both heard a voice. It wasn't a voice like someone's on the phone. It was deep and garbled, like a busted speaker playing a voice through water. It came from the corner near the sliding door, and it felt off. Directed at us, slow and deliberate. Then it cut out. My wife grabbed my arm and whispered, "Did you hear that?" We both heard it. We didn't know what it said, but we heard it. We weren't imagining the sound. After that, we started to smell that smell. It was rotten eggs, sulfur. It would come out of nowhere at night, strong enough to make us gag, then be gone 10 minutes later, like it never happened. There were no obvious signs, no headaches or dizziness, just that awful smell and this feeling like something was in the room with us. I know what people think right away, carbon monoxide or some gas leak. We thought that too because we're logical. We didn't want to sound crazy, but we weren't going to risk it. So, we investigated. The apartment had no gas hookup. It was an electric-only unit, oven, stove, everything electric. No gas meter in the building, and the landlord confirmed the whole complex runs on electricity. There was a working carbon monoxide detector in the hallway, though, the kind with a little red light. It never alarmed. We checked the battery the morning after the first night that it happened. The indicator light was fine the whole time. We even called the insurance company and told them about the smell. We obviously didn't tell them about the voices or demons. They sent maintenance, and then a professional inspector the same day. The inspector did a full sweep. HVAC checked, ductwork inspected, electrical system scanned. There were no gas leaks or combustion issues. No elevated CO2 readings. He even used a handheld CO2 meter in our apartment that read 0. For peace of mind, we called the utility company. They sent someone out who confirmed there were no leaks on their lines. not in the building or nearby. And we also checked with neighbors. No one else reported any weird smells or symptoms. The building was old, but nothing pointed to a building-wide health hazard. So while CO2 or smell of gas is what we first suspected and what we told the insurers to get moved, every professional check came back clean. The sulfur smell baffled even the inspector. He said it wasn't from anything that he could measure or find. The week went on with the same pattern. We'd wake up at 3 a.m., choking, sometimes hearing that twisted voice in the corner, sometimes not. The smell of sulfur would creep in at random, and we tried sleeping with the lights on or sleeping in different positions, leaving windows open. Nothing changed. Finally, we stopped pretending. We told the insurance company the smell was unbearable and insisted on a different place. They obliged and moved us out within a day. Leaving felt like pulling off a Band-Aid. The last night that we were there, we sat on the couch with all of the lights on until dawn. Neither of us sleeping. We were relieved to go. After we moved back home, we sold a bunch of stuff that we'd bought in the apartment because we didn't want any reminders. Neither of us will say it out loud much, but we both remember the weight of the air in that place and how the voice sounded like it was someone trying to speak through a busted mic. People can have perfectly sensible explanations for weird stuff. Wiring, stress, CO2, whatever. Those are the things I checked first because I'm not reckless. We ruled them out. I'm not looking for believers. I just don't like getting gaslit into thinking that there's a neat scientific answer when there wasn't for us. Whatever it was in that apartment, it wasn't friendly. It felt like pure fear. We left and we've never heard the voice again. But every time my phone buzzes or something happens at 3 a.m., I still get that tight feeling in my chest. I check the bedroom, see if someone might be standing there. They never are. So yeah, I blame that apartment and whatever's attached to it. I was 16 and a passenger in my then boyfriend's car, who was 18. We were out driving late at night in a heavy rainstorm when he pulled into a petrol station to refuel the car. It was raining heavily. There was thunder, lightning, and the storm was well underway. Now, in the UK, petrol stations are well maintained, but as I sat there, I saw water dripping down the pillar from between the thick metal sheeting that made up the roof. This heavy feeling came over me as I watched that water dripping down, and I just knew that the roof was going to collapse. I opened the door because my boyfriend was still fueling the car, and I asked him to move the car before he went and paid for his fuel. He initially refused and looked at me like I was mad. I pleaded with him to please move the car, and when he again refused, I became angry and said if he didn't move the car, I was getting out and I was going to wait at the edge of the forecourt in the rain by myself. He was annoyed, but he moved the car and went inside to pay. As he came and got back in the car, he asked me what was that all about, and I said to him, "That roof is going to collapse." He looked at it again, as I did, and it appeared sturdy to him. There was nothing to suggest it was unsafe. Still, I knew it was going to collapse. As he pulled out of the station, the sound of heavy metal sheets falling and crashing to the ground could be heard behind us. He braked and looked in the mirror, and I shifted my seat to look behind us. Right there, where I had been sitting, the metal sheet had fallen and was hanging down directly where I'd have sat if I'd still been in the car. The car would have been written off, and I for sure would not have survived the weight of the metal sheets, which would have shattered the windscreen and pierced me in the chest. I'll never forget the look on his face as he turned to me and said, "Oh my God, I'll never question or doubt you again." using a throwaway because I still run routes through this part of the country, and I don't want my name tied to ghost stories. No offense. I've been driving trucks for close to 20 years now. I've had my fair share of close calls, blowouts, whiteout blizzards, drunk drivers weaving across lanes. But nothing has ever stayed with me the way one night at a rest stop did. It wasn't dangerous in the way that you'd expect. I wasn't threatened. Nobody tried to rob me. In fact, the whole thing lasted less than 15 minutes. But it left me questioning what I saw, even now. I avoid this particular rest stop even to this day. But this was back in 2011. I was running overnight freight from Kansas City to Denver. I'd been on the road for about 6 hours and needed a bathroom break, so I pulled into a small rest area just outside of Salina. It was one of those lonely ones. 2 gas pumps, a single restroom, a row of dim overhead lights buzzing like mosquitoes. Only one other vehicle was there, a faded blue sedan parked crooked in a space. Engine running, headlights on. I figured maybe the driver had stopped for a nap because I couldn't see anyone moving inside. I parked a little ways down and went inside. When I came back out, I noticed something odd. The sedan's driver was sitting upright, both hands on the steering wheel, staring dead ahead. Their headlights made it hard to see, but the figure looked stiff. Uncomfortably still. Truckers know the look of a driver who's nodded off in their seat, head tilted, chest rising. This wasn't that. Whoever it was sat bolt upright, eyes locked forward, like a mannequin placed behind the wheel. I sort of slowed as I walked past. The air had somehow felt colder now. It was sharp enough that I could see my breath, even though it was spring. The closer I got, the stronger the feeling that the person inside wasn't actually alive. At first I told myself I was thinking too much about it. Just look away. Maybe they were waiting for someone. Maybe they were high. Maybe they just looked strange under the light. But as I got even closer to the car, I glanced sideways, and my stomach flipped. The inside of the windshield was fogged up, except for one patch, an oval, right in front of where the driver's face was, like someone had leaned close to breathe on the glass. Only there wasn't any breath, no movement at all. Just that perfect frost-free circle, as if the figure had been pressing their face for hours. I could hear their radio crackling with static. No music or talk. It was just this static sound. I picked up my pace, back toward my rig. I was halfway into my cab when I glanced at my mirror. The car's headlights were off. There didn't appear to be anyone inside. I was more than happy to fire up the engine and head down the highway. But as I pulled away, I swear I saw that figure back in the car. My drive into Denver felt twice as long. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting those headlights to appear behind me, but they never did. The next morning, curiosity got the better of me. I asked another driver at the dock if he knew that rest stop outside of Salina. He basically said that place has stories. A man died in his car back in the 80s. How about that? Some kind of heart attack. They didn't find him for 2 days. It's that isolated of a route. I sort of started to panic, thinking, did I leave somebody behind? Just a body in a parking lot? But there's no way. Because at one point, they weren't there. And then they were. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. I just nodded, went about my unload. I've been through Kansas dozens of times. Every time I pass that exit, though, my chest kind of tightens. My hands are sweaty on the wheel. I don't even glance at the rest stop. Just keep going. It's possible I imagined it all. I've had road fatigue. But this wasn't headlights playing tricks. This was something else. The detail that sticks with me is that patch on the windshield. So random. It was exactly the size and the shape of a face pressed against the glass. I used to be a cop. Put in 20 years before I decided I'd had enough of late nights and paperwork that never ended. After that, I took a job doing security at a hospital in my city. Seemed like a good way to stay busy without the same level of stress. Now, this wasn't one of the newer hospitals. It had been around forever. The main building used to be a church, and over the decades, they just kept adding on to it. New wings, new floors, always something under construction. You could walk the halls and feel when you'd crossed from old to new. The air definitely felt heavier in the older parts. My shift was overnight, quiet hours mostly, a few drunks in the ER, the occasional lost visitor, but nothing compared to the chaos of being a cop. I thought it would be boring, honestly, but there was one thing that still sticks with me from my time there. Starting with a voice. I was making rounds near the East Wing, which at the time was closed off for construction. The lights were dim down there, just the emergency bulbs casting that yellow glow, and the smell of fresh paint in the air. And that's when I heard clear as day. Hello? It was faint, but it echoed just right, like someone had called from one of the empty rooms. I stood there trying to think. Maybe a patient had wandered off, or some kid had gotten lost. I called out, asked if anyone was there, but got nothing back. I checked the wing top to bottom, every door, every hallway, empty. A week later, same thing, different night, different part of the wing, but the same voice. Hello? Like someone calling out for a response, but not panicked, almost polite. This time, I took my time, walked the halls slowly, listening. Every time I turned a corner, the voice seemed to move just ahead of me, like it was leading me deeper into the empty wing. Eventually, it stopped altogether, and I found myself standing in a half-renovated room with no ceiling tiles and wires dangling, alone. It kept happening, though. Not every night. Often enough that I started to expect it, though. Always the same tone, same single word, and every time I checked, there was nobody there. One night, I decided to mention it to one of the nurses that I knew well. She gave me this look and said, "Oh, really? So you've heard him?" I asked her what she meant. She told me stories that had been floating around for years, back before the hospital expanded or was even a hospital. When it was still partly the old church, a man had died in that wing. Some said it was a patient, others said it was a priest. It was probably both. Nobody seemed sure, but everyone agreed on one thing. People still heard voices, calling out. I wanted to brush it off, but I couldn't. Not after hearing it myself so many times. It really just confirmed what I was already thinking. The last night I worked there, before I finally quit for good, I made one last round through the East Wing. And sure enough, I heard it again. It was the same soft, distant hello for me, drifting through the empty hall. I can't explain it. All I know is that voice wasn't from any patient or staff. Not from this time, anyway. I've never liked sleeping away from home. Even as a kid, sleepovers gave me anxiety, like I was stranded on the wrong side of town. So when my parents signed me up for 2 weeks at a sleepaway camp in Washington, summer '98, I hated every second leading up to it. The camp was deep in the woods, Real towering evergreens, dark underbrush, cabins lined in rows with mosquito nets stapled to the windows. It smelled like pine and damp earth no matter where I stood. Everyone seemed thrilled. I just wanted to go home. The first few nights were awful. The counselors let us stay up a little bit late, and then it was lights out. I'd lie on the thin mattress, staring at the wooden ceiling, trying to ignore every rustle outside. The crickets, the creak of bunks shifting when the other girls rolled over. I was the only one awake, hours later, straining to hear my parents' car pulling up to rescue me, though I knew it wasn't likely. And then I saw the shadow. It wasn't like the others cast from the moonlight through the window. It had shape. It stood in the corner near the cabin door, taller than any adult I knew, shoulders bent forward. It didn't move, didn't flicker like shadows do when headlights sweep past. It just stood there. I thought maybe I should scream for the counselor, but my throat locked. My brain kept trying to give me a normal answer. Coat rack, broom. We didn't have any of those things there, though. Even if we did, they wouldn't lean closer the way this thing did. When I squeezed my eyes shut, I must have passed out from exhaustion. The next thing I knew, it was morning. Kids were already getting dressed for breakfast. The shadow was gone. But that became the pattern. Every night, once the cabin was quiet, the shadow would appear in the same corner. Sometimes it shifted an inch forward, tilted its head, but mostly it just stood there, watching. I was terrified and angry. I knew that something like this would happen if I slept away from home. I'd bury my face in my sleeping bag, too scared to breathe loud. But slowly, something shifted. I realized that the nights I saw the shadow were the nights I actually fell asleep. The fear would peak and then fade, leaving behind this strange sense of calm. I'd glance over, see it in its corner, and instead of panicking, I'd feel myself drift off, like it was keeping watch, in a good way. The scariest night was during a thunderstorm. Lightning lit up the cabin in a harsh flash, and for the first time, I saw its outline clearly. Long arms, bent shoulders. I thought my heart was going to stop, but instead of pulling the blankets over my head, I just rolled over and slept deeper than I had all week. By the time camp ended, I wasn't dreading nights anymore. I still never told anyone about it. I didn't want to be the weird kid who saw things. But I knew that I'd made it through because of that shadow in the corner. I don't know what it was or why it chose my cabin, but I've never forgotten how it felt or what I saw. At first, it was the scariest thing I'd ever seen, but in the end, it totally became something else, something that helped me sleep, like a presence that made the dark a little easier to face. I still had trouble with sleepovers after that. I'd catch myself wishing the shadow would show up again. It never did, though. It never has. When people talk about the scariest day of their life, it's usually something dramatic. A near-death experience, a break-in, a car crash. For me, it was the 4th of July, 1998. I was 11 years old, and the thing is, it started off like one of the best days of my childhood. My family had just moved to a new neighborhood outside of Bakersfield, real middle-of-nowhere kind of suburb. Nothing but dry heat, brown lawns, and cul-de-sacs full of kids with too much sugar and too little supervision. On the 4th, the neighborhood would basically shut down. Everyone set up folding chairs in their driveways. All the dads got drunk and competitive about who had the best fireworks. I remember the smell of lighter fluid, burgers, sunscreen, and those weird smoke bombs that fizz out without doing anything impressive. That year, I made a new friend named Blake. He lived 3 houses down, and we clicked immediately, both into the same weird cartoons, both with slightly older sisters who ignored us. Around sunset, he and I would sneak away from the party and go explore the field behind the neighborhood. It was just an overgrown lot with rusted-out fence, some old irrigation pipes, nothing really there. But it kind of felt like a secret world when you were a kid. We were sitting on a busted cooler, watching the fireworks explode through the clouds, when I noticed someone standing near the fence, just standing there, watching us. I thought maybe it was someone's dad at first, or a teenager sneaking a smoke. But this person was really tall, like really tall. They had really long arms, and they didn't move. Even when a huge firework exploded right overhead, I whispered to Blake and pointed. He looked and froze. We both stood up at the same time. The figure didn't flinch. But then, slowly, he started walking along the tree line, following the edge of the lot. Not towards us, just around us. Like circling, but never getting too close. We took off running. When we got back to the street, everyone looked normal. Music playing, people laughing. The guy across the street lit up a full rack of mortars, and everyone cheered. But I couldn't shake it. I kept looking back toward the field. I didn't see the figure again that night. But later, way later, after the fireworks had died down and the neighborhood was going quiet, I woke up to the sound of crunching gravel. I peeked out my bedroom window. There was someone walking down our street. Not hurried, just slow. I couldn't see their face, but the way they moved, it felt the same. And those long arms, same floaty stride. Stopping right in front of my house, looked up, right at me. I dropped to the floor so fast I bruised my own knee. Stayed there for what felt like an hour. I was too scared to breathe, basically. I never heard footsteps leave, never heard a car, nothing. I thought, had I ever heard anything at all when it came to this thing? In the morning, I convinced myself that it was just nerves, probably a dream, until I saw the mailbox. It had been opened and pulled forward, snapped off its hinge and left hanging at this unnatural angle, like someone had tried to climb it to get a better look into my window. My dad thought that it was some idiot with a bat. He hammered it back into place, and that was that. But I knew. I never saw that tall man again. Not directly. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel like he was everywhere that summer. I don't own a car, so for years I've relied on the bus to get everywhere. Most of the time it's just same routes, same drivers, same handful of people even, riding every night. But one trip home still unsettles me. Even though nothing really happened in the way that most people would define it, I would say otherwise. It was a weeknight, later than usual. I'd stayed after work to finish a project. By the time I caught the bus, it was close to midnight. The route was almost empty at that hour, just me and one other passenger sitting near the back. They were hard to make out at first, bundled in a hooded coat, sitting perfectly still. Didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't even seem to be breathing, but they must have been. I told myself not to be weird about it. Plenty of people keep to themselves in public transit, especially at this hour. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me, even though their head never turned. I'd been minding my own business, just waiting to get home, but then the lights flickered, and I got that really unsettling feeling in my stomach. I guess lights flickering wasn't unusual exactly. The old buses do that sometimes, I was sure, But it happened twice in a row. Each time the overhead bulbs buzzed and dimmed, the whole bus felt smaller, like the shadows stretched a little farther. Out of instinct, I glanced back. The person was still sitting there, motionless. We made stop after stop, but no one else got on. Just me, the driver, and the silent figure in the back. The weird part was I never once heard them shift around. I guess they weren't doing anything strange, but I couldn't help the feeling that I had. Why was I paying so much attention? What was wrong with this person, if anything? I really did try to let it go, but then we got to my stop, which is the last stop. So I guess they just lived near me. I stood, slung my bag over my shoulder, and started toward the front. On the way, I glanced back one more time. The seat was empty. I stopped walking, and I stared. The driver noticed me hesitate and asked if something was wrong. I opened my mouth, and all I could say was, there was someone back there. He frowned and looked in the mirror, but then back at me. Nope, just you tonight. I wanted to argue, but I didn't. I knew what I'd seen. There was a hooded figure that had been sitting there the whole ride. I checked, more than once, more than I'd wanted to admit. There was no way they could have slipped out without me noticing. The bus doors hissed loud enough to wake the dead, and I was in front. I ended up just nodding and stepping off, letting the cold air hit me. The bus pulled away, but I stood on the corner. My heart was racing, but I was just staring down an empty street. It's been years since that happened, but I still take the bus all the time. Usually at night, if it's late, I do find myself glancing toward the back seats. I'm always expecting to see someone there, someone who's going to disappear on me. Also, if those lights flicker even for a second, I tend to get off at the next stop and just catch the next one, if I can. I didn't like the feeling I got in my stomach during that experience, so I'd like to not experience it again. Okay, so I don't usually talk about this stuff because it sounds like one of those made-up campfire stories, but this really happened, and this seems like a decent place to share it. I was 17, and my family did this cross-state road trip every summer to bond, argue over snacks, and listen to my dad snore in a tent. This one year, we were headed through Missouri. My mom found this quiet little campground online, dirt cheap, right by a lake, tucked into the woods. I won't name it, but it had maybe 4 reviews in a website that looked like it hadn't been updated since 2002. The weirdness started on the drive in. The road curved off the main highway, and then the trees just sort of swallowed us. It felt heavy, not peaceful heavy, like you're being watched heavy. We passed this rusted sign that said, Fairyland Park, closed. And I remember thinking, what the hell is Fairyland Park? Turns out this whole campground was built on top of what used to be a little amusement park from the 50s. They didn't even try to hide it. There were old archways with vines growing through them, and we passed what looked like the remains of a tilt-a-whirl, half submerged in a marshy part of the woods. I thought it was kind of cool, at first. That night, we set up our tents, made s'mores, pretty typical. Around 11 p.m., my parents went to bed. I sat out by the fire a little bit longer, and that's when I heard music. It was faint but unmistakable, old-timey carnival music. Think merry-go-round, but off somehow, slower than it should have been. I turned to look behind me, and I swear to God, I saw this little flickering light weaving between the trees. Just for a second, I saw someone walking, only they didn't look right. Their arms were awkwardly long, and they just kind of hovered more than walked. I didn't say anything the next morning. Figured I had to have been tired. Except my dad woke up with a burn on his hand, like a full-on blistered welt across his palm. He said that he must have touched the coals or something, but the fire was out cold when we went to bed. The second night, it got worse. I woke up to laughter, children's laughter, but there were no other kids at the campground. I got out of the tent. I saw lights, string lights from a festival, glowing way out in the woods. And I swear, I heard the jingling of ride chains. I heard someone whisper right next to my ear, a woman's voice. "It's almost time." I don't remember running, but I woke up in the front seat of our car, locked inside and shaking like hell. The inside of the windshield had condensation on it, like someone had been breathing against the glass. We left before sunrise. We didn't even pack everything. Later that year, I looked up Fairyland Park. I found one article. The place had burned down in the 70s, an electrical fire during a school event. Multiple kids died, some adults too. One ride operator was found, charred, still clutching the lever of a carousel. We didn't see any animals that whole trip. No birds even. Don't even know if we saw any bugs. And that was the last time that Mom was allowed to pick a place for us to camp. And I guess if you're ever on a family road trip and you see a campground that's built on an old park, keep driving. Some places aren't meant to come back to life. When I was about 7 years old, my family rented a cabin for a summer trip. It was one of those places that looks cute in pictures. Lake nearby, lots of trees. But when you actually step inside, it smells like damp wood and feels like the house itself is tired of standing there. Even as a kid, I thought something about it was off. I don't usually share this story because it sounds like the kind of thing a kid would make up. But I was there, and I lived with what followed. The first night at the cabin, I woke up to find someone standing at the foot of my bed. At least, that's what it looked like. He was tall, too tall to be my dad, thin in a way that made him seem stretched, and completely blacked out like a shadow peeled off the wall. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. After what felt like forever, I pulled the blanket over my head and just waited. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, because the next thing I remember is morning light. I told myself it was a dream. Kids have nightmares, right? New places. Except the next night, there he was again. And the next, always in the room, always watching. When the trip ended, I thought I was done with him. But when we got back home, I realized he hadn't stayed at the cabin. The first week back, everything was fine. Then one night, I woke up and saw him standing in the corner by my closet. Same height, same shape, same stillness. It wasn't the kind of thing you mistake for a pile of clothes or a shadow from headlights outside. I knew the difference, even at 7 years old. I never told my parents, partly because I thought they wouldn't believe me, and partly because I didn't want to make it worse. Some instinct told me that saying it out loud would give him more power, make him more permanent, so I kept quiet. But I saw him, night after night. Sometimes he'd be near the closet, sometimes by the door, sometimes at the foot of the bed again. He never spoke or moved once I saw him, but the weight of his presence was enough. It wasn't just seeing him. I could feel him there, even with my eyes closed, like the air was thicker where he stood. I'd lie awake listening to my own breathing and swear I heard another pattern under it. A slower inhale, a heavier exhale. It was the sound of someone else in the room. After a while, I got used to him. I was still scared, of course, but he became part of my nightly routine. Brush my teeth, climb into bed, fall asleep knowing the shadow man would be there when I woke up at 2 a.m. It sounds insane now, but I adjusted. And then just as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. There wasn't a final night or a goodbye. One day I just realized I hadn't seen him in a while. I kept waiting, kept bracing myself to open my eyes and find him in the corner. But he never came back. I don't know what he was or why he followed me home from that cabin. I don't know why he stayed so long or why he left. All I know is for years, he was real to me. He was there. Even now as an adult, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and catch myself staring into the corners of my room, half expecting to see that tall shadow figure, standing silently. 'Cause if he could follow me home once, I guess what's stopping him from doing it again? When I was a kid, like 11 or 12, we lived in this old 2-story house, old enough that every door and floorboard creaked, but not so old that we didn't have new-age electrical appliances. It had that weird mix of being cozy and unsettling at the same time. There was one room upstairs at the end of the hall that nobody used. I don't even remember why. My parents just never put anything in there. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. It was always locked. Sometimes my dad would go in there to check something, but it wasn't a normal part of the house. More like a part that you avoided without meaning to. The locked room. I kind of hated walking past it at night because it was always colder in that part of the hallway. And I mean noticeably colder. Like I would step out of my room into the hall and bam, the air felt different. And it was heavy. My mom said that it was drafty, but we had central heating, and the rest of the house stayed fine. Plus, the door itself always looked darker than the others, like the light bulb in the hallway just never hit it right. Anyway, one night I wake up to what sounded like someone walking around upstairs. Heavy enough footsteps that I knew it wasn't the cat. At first I thought that it was my dad going to the bathroom, but when I cracked my door, I could see down the hall, and the sound was coming from inside the locked room. Clear as day, it was slow pacing, and maybe something dragging across the floor. I just stood there staring because the door was locked, and I knew that it was locked. I'd tried it 100 times as a kid. I don't know why, maybe curiosity. But my heart was beating pretty fast, and I swear that I heard movement in there, like someone deliberately walking back and forth. Then, and this is the part that still freaks me out, I heard 3 knocks from inside the door. Not loud, but definite, like knuckles rapping wood. And spaced, just far enough apart that it didn't sound like settling wood or pipes. I slammed my door shut and sat on my bed with the blanket over my head, because that's what you do when you're 12, I guess. I remember staring at the clock for what felt like hours, listening for more sounds, but the house was dead quiet again. I don't think I slept much, but at some point I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew it was morning, and everything was normal. I asked my dad once, real casually, why don't we use that room? He just said it had issues with the floorboards and changed the subject. I brought it up years later and he brushed it off, told me that I had a big imagination. But I know what I heard. And I know my parents. They're highly superstitious, and they don't like bad energy. But I think they knew something happened in that room and chose not to tell us. If I remember correctly, when we moved into that house, times were a bit desperate. And I can only imagine that they got a deal on such a house. They'll never admit it, but that's my thought. My cousins, too. My older cousin, had stayed over one weekend. She told me that she woke up to someone jiggling her bedroom door handle. Her room was right across from the locked one. She thought that it was me messing with her, till I pointed out that I'd been dead asleep on the couch downstairs. It wasn't just noises either. Sometimes when you walked by, you'd swear the door moved slightly, like a shift against the frame. Or you'd feel like someone was standing right on the other side. Even my mom admitted that she didn't like passing the end of the hall at night, though she never said why. I don't have a big scary ending for this. It's just the memory of hearing someone moving around in that room, the one that nobody used and that was locked. And the knocks. Sometimes I feel like I can still hear those knocks. Or if it's really quiet, I just dread hearing 3 knocks. We moved out a couple years after that, and I've never gone back, obviously. But I can promise you that that night, I wasn't dreaming. Whatever was in there wanted me to know that it was. This happened a few years ago. It's one of those things my whole family still talks about sometimes because it was so clear. We'd just come home from vacation and it was late, close to midnight. We were tired, doing that half-zombie routine of unloading the car, trying to get everything inside. The house was dark except for the porch light and a weak street lamp down the block. I was up on the porch juggling some of the lighter bags. My husband and our 2 kids were still in the driveway, grabbing the heavier stuff out of the trunk. Our dog was out front with us, kind of trotting between everyone, sniffing around. Then he started barking. It wasn't his normal someone's walking past bark. This was that deep, alert bark that he used only when something was on the property. It made me stop mid-step and look at him. At the same time, my husband and the kids also looked toward the dog, and then all of us followed his gaze. Then we saw a shadow figure, full-bodied, tall, with a kind of old-fashioned shape to it, walking from the front of our yard toward the back. It wasn't like a blur or a flash. It was the shape of a man, moving at a steady pace, with what looked like a hat. It gave me railroad conductor vibes. I remember thinking the outline was weirdly crisp for a shadow. Our dog followed a few feet, barking like crazy, but he would not go past the edge of the backyard. He just froze there, hackles up, barking at nothing. The shadow kept moving toward the back of the yard, and then it was gone. Not like it ducked out of view, just gone. This all happened within a few seconds, but we saw it. The 4 of us stood there staring at each other. Nobody said anything right away. It's that moment when something so odd happens that your brain tries to make sense of it, piecing it together before you speak. Then my oldest said, "Did you see that guy?" And my husband nodded. We all compared notes right there. Tall man, hat, moving from the front to the back, disappearing. After we got inside and calmed down a little, I went out back with a flashlight to check. There were no footprints or sign of anyone hiding. Just our yard and the dog still pacing at the edge like he wasn't sure if it was over. 4 people. We all saw the same thing, same details. We were all awake, though tired. Outside, sober. Even the dog reacted. We still don't know what it was. Nobody else was outside. No one in the neighborhood matches that description. And it hasn't happened again. Some things you can shrug off and just not think about them. This wasn't one of them. I was born and raised in New Mexico, and I've always liked taking solo camping trips out in the desert, mostly in the spring or fall when the weather's more forgiving. There's something about the silence out there that's different than anywhere else. It's not just peaceful, it's just total. Last October, I drove out to the edge of a BLM area, not too far from Socorro. I'd found it a couple of years ago while scouting for night photography spots. It's remote, hard to get to, but not impossible with the right tires and a full tank. There's no cell reception, but I had a satellite beacon and plenty of supplies. I set up camp near a canyon wall, close enough to get some shade in the afternoon. Nothing fancy, just my tent, gear, small fire ring. I spent the evening reading, making notes for a short story I was working on. When the sun started to go down, I cooked, drank some water, and settled in. Everything was quiet, stars were out, no wind, no animals. And that's the last thing I remember. I woke up the next morning in the dirt, about 30 feet from my camp. My tent was gone. So was my backpack, my sleeping bag, my journal, my flashlight, even my boots. It was like someone had ransacked the place, and me. There was no trace of the camp at all. The only thing still there was my truck, parked exactly where I'd left it, and the fire ring, cold and untouched. My socks were full of sand and blood from apparently walking barefoot on the rocks. My watch was missing, but when I checked the time on the dash, it was at least the next day. I don't know what happened. There were no tracks around, no sign of animals or people. I searched the area until noon, but it was like the desert had swallowed everything. The gear never turned up. I never found the tent stakes, wrappers, nothing. What really got me, though, is what I found inside the truck. My keys had been tossed on the passenger seat. Next to them was my journal, open to a page that I didn't write. Just a single line, scrawled in handwriting that didn't look like mine. Don't come back. I haven't. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20-plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew, and the house wouldn't sell. So they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here?" "Yeah." "Okay, have fun." "Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to." "Why not?" "I'm not alone." Every hair on my body stood up. "Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy." "No, there's someone in here with us." Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid? "A grown-up." "What are they doing right now?" "They're watching you." "You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot." "They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before." "Where are they now?" Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." and he left the room with me. A buddy and I were driving through some Texas back roads late one night. It was raining hard, one of those steady downpours where the windshield wipers can barely keep up, and everything outside the headlights turns into a black, shifting blur. Out there aren't streetlights, just stretches of empty road, scattered farmhouses spaced miles apart, open land as far as the eye can see, if you could see anything at all through the rain. We had to slow way down just to stay on the road, creeping along with only the occasional fence line or mailbox breaking up the nothingness. And that's when we saw her. She was walking along the side of the road. Nothing remarkable about her, just a woman, dressed for the weather, head down against the rain, but she was out in the middle of nowhere. And that didn't make any sense. No car nearby, no houses within at least 2 miles. I pointed her out, but my buddy had already seen her. I could tell by the way that he was tightening his grip on the wheel that he was nervous. "Should we stop?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, fingers tapping the steering wheel, like he was weighing something in his head. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know, man. That's weird." And I agreed it was weird, but that was exactly why we should stop, right? If she was out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, something must have gone wrong. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she'd gotten lost. Whatever the reason, she had to be freezing, drenched. But my buddy was uneasy, and since he was driving, he kept going. Still, it nagged at me. Something about it felt off. After a minute, I convinced him to turn around, just to check. We'd gone barely a couple 100 feet before he pulled a slow U-turn, the tires kicking up water. We drove back, high beams on, scanning the road, the ditches, the fields beyond the fences. She wasn't there. The road was empty, just a stretch of wet pavement disappearing into the dark. We slowed even more, brights cutting across the fields. Nothing, no movement. No sign that anyone had been there at all. "She must have cut through to a house or something," my buddy muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Because there was nowhere to go. The fields were wide open, flat, and muddy as hell. If she'd walked through, there'd be tracks. And even if she had, where was the house? The nearest one was miles up the road. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, wipers squeaking against the glass. Eventually, my buddy exhaled sharply, shook his head. "Let's just go." Neither of us said much the rest of the way home. I live in Maine, close to Rumford. There was a man following me on my jog today, around Ellis Pond. But I couldn't wrap my head around how he kept ending up in front of me as I jogged. The first time I noticed him was earlier on my run. My playlist had just started when my mom called. I stopped to answer it. During our 2-minute conversation, I had the chance to stop and look around, really soak in the serene landscape that I was always running through but never really slowed down to appreciate. The sun was close to rising. Far in the trees on the left side of the path, I see a figure walk in between 2 large tree trunks, vanishing when he fully passed behind the second tree. The diameter of this trunk was far too thin for this figure to hide behind. I surely would have seen his shoulders poking out if he was standing behind the tree. When I hung up with my mom, what I saw wasn't there anymore. I jogged a little faster along the path with my headphones off while I scanned the surroundings. I was about halfway complete on my route. It would have taken me longer to backtrack. 10 minutes later, on my left again, I made eye contact with a pure black owl sitting in the trees. The feathers were the deepest of black that I've ever seen on a bird. Its circular yellow eyes were the only thing that gave away its position in the branches. When I finally couldn't crank my neck any further and still keep running, I had to relinquish our staring contest and keep moving. At this point in my jog, the suns just began to glow on the horizon, providing me a bit more light and further visibility. Up ahead of me, the path bends to the right. The tree line follows its bend, so before I make this turn, a patch of trees are directly in front of me, less than a quarter mile ahead. I don't see anything as I approach. I'm just about to let my guard down. But before I turned right, I looked left, and I saw the same dark figure. This time, they were walking between the trees far in the distance. They were much closer, walking towards me. It was a man in all black. He was wearing a ski mask that covered his face because his eyes were the only discernible feature. His face was a blank canvas. When I turned and saw him, he picked up his speed and started charging through the trees at me. The feeling gripped me with such shock, but I was able to scream. My legs became jelly, though, and I collapsed onto the ground in fright, tucked into a tight ball. I heard his shoes cross from the grass onto the concrete, sprinting my way. I continued screaming as loud as I could, curled up in a fetal position for a while, before realizing I hadn't even been touched yet. I move my arms away from my face, and I see that the man is no longer there. I sit up, and I'm once again all alone on the path. I try to stand while I'm still shaking with fear, thinking this guy could have ducked behind one of these trees, that he's waiting to attack me again. But why would he have prolonged his attack? The sun was almost up, and the chances of someone else coming on this path was only increasing now. I wasn't going to wait and find out, though. I ran the last mile as fast as I could to get to my car. I didn't see the man again. This is a popular trail, and that's why I like to get my workout in early before other people started showing up. But now I don't think that I'll mind the extra company on the walking trails during my workout. It was the realization that something bad could have happened and nobody would have known. My roommates know my route, but they wouldn't have noticed that I disappeared until they got home from work that night, maybe even the next day. Have you ever almost died? I'm pretty sure I had a near-death experience once. You know how hotels have doors that connect two rooms? Well, this hotel had sealed the door off with a concrete wall. We'd opened the door, and it was literally just a concrete wall. I was with my girlfriend at the time, and I joked around, "I'm gonna lock you in, pushing her jokingly into the space. She wouldn't let me close the door on her, so I went inside with her and I said, "I'm gonna lock us both in," and close the door. I'll never forget the sound of the airtight seal in pure blackness closing. My hand was still on the door handle, and I thought, there's no way. Yes, it auto-locked. The door could only be opened from the outside. So this girl and I are stuck in a 6-inch door jamb. My feet are sideways. I can't even rotate my face from left to right without my nose squeezing against the door. She tells me I better not be fucking with her. I say, "Don't panic. We'll get out." Within 60 seconds, we could feel the condensation from our body heat already dripping off the door wall. We tried to force the door open. Nothing. We screamed. Nothing. The hotel was mostly empty. Phones. I didn't have mine, and her SIM didn't work as we were in a foreign country. 30 minutes. Claustrophobic nightmare. She has a panic attack. I try to calm her down. I'm having an internal panic attack. Was there enough oxygen? Would any housekeeping staff come? Long story short, we didn't die. We got out. I had a credit card in my pocket. She had her phone. We found a shaky Wi-Fi connection, downloaded the Skype app, used the light on her phone to read the numbers on my credit card. We bought Skype credit, looked up the hotel, and phoned them. No answer. Called the hotel next door. They answered. She cried, "Help us. We're stuck in the hotel next door." They said, "Okay, they'll come talk to our front desk." A few minutes later, we heard knocking on the outside of the room's door. We screamed for help. Finally, after over an hour, they opened the door and we collapsed, covered in sweat, the door dripping from the condensation of our breath and body heat. The entire housekeeping staff was there. Their response? They laughed. When we checked out the next day, every staff member couldn't help but sneak a sly smirk. If we died in that door jam, I'm pretty sure our corpses would still be there. Since a young age, I've had experiences with the paranormal. Most of them disturbing, but some have honestly been neutral or even peaceful. This specific instance is by far my most unpleasant personal experience with the paranormal, and it takes place when I was about 19. I'm 35 now. I slept with a nightlight in my room that cast just enough dim light to see vaguely in the otherwise dark room. It brought me comfort and honestly still does to this day. I slept alone in my bed in the middle of the room. It was probably around 1 or 2 a.m. if I had to guess, when I was abruptly startled awake for a reason I was initially unsure of. Was it a sound? A presence? I couldn't tell. Everything was hazy. As I came to, I slowly looked to the left side of my bed and saw a male figure standing silently over me. It was repulsive. Patches of stringy hair on its head, pale, rotting flesh peeling off of its face, big, cold black voids for eyes and sunken deep sockets, decaying and jagged teeth, and a look of utmost malice and hatred on its face that filled me with absolute terror. Suddenly, it reached out, and with both hands, began to strangle me, pushing me deep into the bed. I remember feeling its cold, dead hands wrapped around my neck. I remember gasping for air that I couldn't take in, writhing beneath its horrifically strong grip. I felt helplessness and fear as I had never felt before. I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks as I thrashed on the bed. What was likely seconds felt like minutes dragging on. I could feel myself becoming dizzy, my vision going blurry, and just as suddenly, it was gone. I felt the grip around my neck disappear, along with the figure itself. I went limp, body contorted into an unnatural position on my bed, and began sobbing. I stayed awake all night, shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified that it would come back for me. I thought initially that maybe I'd had a sleep paralysis episode, but that doesn't add up. I was moving the whole time, fully conscious, and not even remotely paralyzed. I try to find an explanation for it and just can't. Was it a spirit? A demon? Some other entity? Whatever it was, I hope I never experience it again. 16 years later, and I can still imagine those black, dead eyes glaring hatefully at me in the soft glow of the nightlight. It still sends shivers down my spine. A good friend of mine told me this story years ago. He's the stereotypical old big bad trucker. I've seen some weird stuff with him while driving in South Texas along the border. He never batted an eye, but while telling me this story, he had goosebumps and a concerned expression, which from this guy is about the equivalent of a trembling lip. I'll tell this story in the first person as he told it to me. Years ago in the late 90s, I was on my way from the house in Central Texas, heading to Laredo to pick up a load. It was early morning, around 4 or 5. I had just come off a string of days at home, so I know I wasn't tired. I'm on one of those 2-lane winding roads in the absolute middle of bumfuck nowhere when I see something on the side of the road at the edge of my high beams. At first, I just thought it was roadkill, as it's usually the case. As I get closer, I see that it is roadkill, and there's something crouched over the deer carcass. I remember thinking either this guy's taking the antlers as a trophy, or he's fucking sick. As I got closer, still, I can see now that this guy's eating the fucking deer. He's pulling chunks of meat from the stomach, bringing them to his face. At this point, he stops mid-motion and looks up at me. Not at my truck, but at me. He or it stands up, and that's when I see it's fucking huge, brown, and covered in hair. I remember thinking at this point, oh fuck, this thing is standing on the tiny shoulder, looking at me. By this point, maybe 3 seconds have passed, and I'm about to the point in the road that he's standing at. I didn't even think of stopping. In fact, I'm starting to lay on it and get the hell out of there. As I'm passing it, it's looking at me. Again, not at the truck. It's looking through the driver's side windshield at me. He obviously has the intelligence to know that there's a driver in here and knows where I'm sitting. As I passed it, I could still see its head above the hood of my needle-nose Pete, an old truck design where the hood goes straight out from the windshield, known for being tall and difficult to see around. This thing was a fucking giant. And I don't know if it makes sense, but I remember seeing human intelligence in its eyes. It scares the shit out of me. Sorry for the wall of text, but I figure it's a story worth sharing. When I was a young teen, my best friend and I spent a summer surfing the Ouija board. Mostly we just asked silly, mundane questions, and mostly we got answers that seemed to fit. There was never a specific spirit or entity associated with our Ouija board explorations, and we never felt threatened in any way. Until the day that all changed. One day, a specific personality started to communicate with us. He was male and forceful. He would tell us to do things. Harmless things like taking a poster off the wall or something, but still, it was weird. I asked him his name, which he provided. I don't remember it anymore, so I'll call him Gordon. I asked him where he had lived before becoming a spirit. He gave an address in a nearby small town. I never went to this small town, so no idea if it was real or not, but I had a map so I could look it up. It was real. I asked my sister to drive me there. I was still too young to drive, just to check it out. My friend was spooked and didn't want to go, so my sister and I go to this address. An ordinary-looking house in a wooded cul-de-sac. Nobody was around, so I knocked on the door. No answer. I'm not willing to give up, so I knock at the next-door neighbor's door. A guy answers. He looks like he's maybe in his 50s or 60s. Too young to be old in my eyes, but older than my parents or the parents of my friends at school. I asked him if he knew the man who I'm now calling Gordon, if he ever lived in the house next to him. He thinks for a minute, gets a little faraway look in his eye, and then says yes, someone named Gordon did used to live there. But he disappeared about 15 years ago, and nobody knew why or what had become of him. He couldn't tell me anything more, just said that he didn't remember anything about Gordon other than he lived there and then he didn't. I couldn't wait to get home and tell my best friend. I couldn't wait to pull out the Ouija board and find out more. When we did, Gordon came through right away. He was more aggressive than ever, insisting we do this and that, draw this, gather that. It felt creepy. Even though none of it was hurtful or inappropriate, it just felt wrong. I asked why he wanted us to do these things, and he only grew more insistent, more edgy, more dangerous feeling. I said, no, we're not going to do it. Why do you want it so badly? He understood that I had drawn a line, one that I wouldn't cross. Then he told us that if we had done what he'd asked, then he could get us to trade places with him, whatever the fuck that meant. And then, on the board, it just spelled out, ha, ha, over and over again, faster, until it eventually stopped. Damn. Poke my eyes out with a stick so I never have to see that again. It freaked us both out, and that was the last time we ever did the Ouija board. This happened in 2016. I was 17, and that year our town had its first real 4th of July celebration since the early 2000s. I guess there'd been a bunch of budget issues, some drama with the mayor's office, so for years it had just been cookouts and sparklers in people's backyards. But that summer, they brought back the parade and even hired a big fireworks company to do a professional show at Miller Park. It was kind of a big deal. I remember everyone gathered in lawn chairs and on blankets in the grass. My friends and I had snuck in some cheap drinks and were laying under the sky, waiting for the finale. When it hit, the crowd went nuts. Huge bursts of red and gold exploding right above us. And then there was this one firework. It shot higher than the rest. We all noticed it. It was sort of out of sync with the rest, too. It didn't explode immediately, just kept going. So high it looked like a star. And then it burst, but it was strange. Just this dull white glow that didn't fade, and there didn't appear to be any sound. It just lingered, almost like it got stuck in the sky. People clapped, confused but impressed. I remember my friend Kyle going, "Dude, that one's broken," and we all laughed. But the next night, it was still there. We thought maybe it was Venus or something, like a star. But then it blinked slowly, like a slow pulse. White light, fade out, then back again. Same spot in the sky. People on the community Facebook started posting about it. Some said that it was a drone or a satellite. A couple of older folks said it was them, and they got laughed at on the page. My mom thought that it was a trick of the atmosphere. I didn't know what to think. But then the power started going out. Not everywhere, just at the houses that backed up to the woods by the park. One night on a dare, Kyle and I rode our bikes over there. I didn't really want to, but he kept saying that we were being called to do it. He was joking, of course, at first. When we got to the clearing behind Miller Park, the air was obviously different. It was heavier, not hot, just thick, like being underwater. The light above us pulsed again. No wind, no bugs, no sounds, just that light. We stood there for a minute, and Kyle said, dead serious, "Don't look at it." Then he dropped his bike, took off into the woods. I didn't follow. I couldn't. I felt like I was frozen in place. Eventually, I turned and rode home, shaking the whole way. I couldn't believe how much time had passed. How had everything taken hours? No way. And Kyle, he didn't come back that night, or the next. The cops found him the following afternoon, barefoot and dazed, a few miles away, walking down the center of Highway 40. He didn't remember anything. He wouldn't even talk about it. The light in the sky, it was gone. I didn't go to the fireworks shows at Miller Park after that. No one really talks about that year anymore. But sometimes when there's like a thunderstorm or the power flickers at night, I swear I see it again, just for a second, faintly glowing in the clouds in the exact same spot. Whatever it was, I don't think it was ever really a firework at all. Driving as long as I have, I've hit animals before. It comes with the territory. A deer bolts out of nowhere. A stray darts across the country road. You don't want it to happen, but when you're pulling 80,000 pounds at highway speed, there's not much choice. You remember the sound, the jolt, the way your stomach feels. It's awful, but it's real. But this wasn't that. It was 3 winters ago. Late night, running east through Indiana. Empty highways. I was wide awake, coffee strong, music low, eyes steady. But out of nowhere, a figure stepped into my lane. I had maybe a second to react. Slamming the brakes, the rig screamed under me. Tires were fighting for grip. I felt the thud. Not hard, just enough to tell me that I'd made contact. My chest seized. I'd hit someone. I brought the truck to a shuddering stop, hazards flashing, breath coming fast and shallow. My hands wouldn't unclench from the wheel. Finally, I forced the door open and I climbed out. Legs shaking so bad I almost stumbled. The highway never felt so empty. No car pulled to the side, no shoe in the road. There was no blood, no body. Just silence in every direction. I walked the shoulder, looked across the gravel, the weeds. Nothing. My pulse was still hammering in my ears when I thought of the dash cam. At least it would tell me the truth. Back in the cab, I replayed the last minute. The footage was there. Open road, glow of my headlights, and a figure. For a split second, it was clear as day. A person walking straight into my lane. But the longer I watched, the stranger it got. The outline didn't hold. Seemed thin, almost translucent. The shape warping as if the camera itself couldn't decide what it was seeing. Then it was gone. No impact or stumble. It didn't collapse. It was just gone. I sat there for what felt like an hour, replaying it over and over, trying to convince myself that it was a glitch. But I knew what I'd felt. That jolt through the wheel, the weight of the hit. My body remembered it, even if the road didn't. I don't know how, but eventually I put the truck back into gear and drove on. The rest of the night, every mile marker looked the same. The highway felt hollow, like the world had pulled back a curtain and shown me something I wasn't supposed to see. To this day, I can't explain it. The dashcam file corrupted not long after. Wouldn't play anymore. I've had this happen with others, but feels strange. Maybe that's for the best, though. Maybe I don't need to see it again. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. "I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing." Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. When I was 8 years old, I lived in a resort town called Garden Bay, British Columbia. We lived down by the water, and there were many, many log booms, which we decided to run across. Big mistake. I was in the middle of hopping across the logs when the logs divided, and I fell between the logs into the water, and then the logs closed above me. I immediately looked above and could not find a way between the logs. I started to sink. I remember the moment I entered the water as clearly as it happened a minute ago. It was dark, but not so dark that I couldn't see sun rays from beyond the log boom hitting the water as I sunk. I was extremely peaceful, although I realized I probably should be panicking. The next thing I knew, I hit the bottom and immediately passed out, or at least I thought I passed out, because the next recollection I have is that all the sand at the bottom of the water started to move in a circular motion around me, and a shimmering of light in those sand grains. In that very moment, I felt like I was connected to every rock, every animal, everything in the air, all the water. There was a sense of oneness that I'll never forget. Adults from the beach saw what was happening. Eventually, they were able to get me pulled out. I choked up water, and then immediately told anyone and everyone that would listen that somehow I knew that everything in this world was indeed connected, and that there was no beginning to me, no ending to me, that we were all just one. That feeling comforts me to this day. Camping by myself in British Columbia during the fall. It's not a totally remote area, but it is a few hours from the city and surrounded by woods. It doesn't get a lot of campers that time of year either. My site is a free spot along the river that has a fire pit and a beat-up table. I do a ton of camping in remote areas, so this spot is not a big deal. But that night, I had a very uneasy feeling. I was creeped out the whole night, for no reason. I decided to go to bed early. I listened to a podcast on a speaker in my tent while I fell asleep, because I was genuinely creeped out. The next morning, while I was making coffee, I noticed that there was someone's hat on the wood table. I know it wasn't there the previous day, because I had set my cooking stove on it. So someone came into my camp during the night and left it there. I think the uneasy feeling I had at night was because I was being watched. It may have been a mushroom picker, but who knows? When I was a little kid, my dad and I would often sit on the front steps just before my bedtime. He'd just let me rattle on about whatever was on my mind, and I always looked forward to it. So one night we're sitting there in a big ball of light, sort of pale yellowish color. It flies over the house. It was moving fast, and it made no sound that we could hear. It was headed straight north and quickly vanished over the trees across the street. I was predictably excited, jumping up and pointing at it. Dad calmly took me by the hand and herded me into the house. He had a brief, hushed conversation with Mom, and I got put to bed. The next morning when I brought it up, they say that I must have dreamed it. Years later, Dad admitted that, yeah, he saw it too, but he still wouldn't talk about it. I was maybe 8. My mom was working a double and dropped me off at the neighborhood babysitter. For the life of me, I can't remember her name, so we'll call her Mrs. H. We were going to the corner store, and before we left, Mrs. H waved a finger at me like all grown-ups do and said, "Whatever you do, don't listen to the mean old lady." It was said like a joke, you know? Like one of those neighborhood things adults say so kids don't dawdle. I didn't think much of it. But on the way back from the corner store, we passed her stoop. She sat there in a big shawl, looking like she always did, a bit grim, mouth a tight line. Out of nowhere, she yells at us full on, "Stay the hell away," which was intense. Mrs. H flinched and turned toward her, like to answer or scold or whatever adults do. I looked too, and this is the part that still makes my stomach go all weird. There was something, tiny, squat, like a kid's idea of a gnome, standing at the edge of the old lady's silhouette. It was the size of a small child, but wrong in all the way that things are wrong in nightmares. It was sort of leather-looking, all hunched over, with its head tilted like it was studying me. The thing's eyes, if they were eyes, were sharp and bright and just stared straight at me. Then it slipped, like it didn't want to be seen, behind the woman's skirt and disappeared. Fast. Too fast for a cat or a person. I'm not kidding when I say I know I'd seen it. It wasn't a blur or a trick of the light in my head. It was a clean picture that stuck there like a splinter. Mrs. H didn't see it. She turned back to me and said, "Ignore her. Some people are just difficult." She sounded calm, like she was covering the weird with normal. She offered me a popsicle when we got home, like that was supposed to fix everything. That night I couldn't sleep. I tried the usual kid tricks, lamp on, TV for noise, counting backwards, reading until my eyes hurt. Anything so that I wouldn't drift off and have to see that thing in my dreams or have it find me. I sat under the covers with my hands wrapped around the blanket, and I felt like something was watching the room from the corner where the curtains met the radiator. There was no noise or like footsteps, nothing obvious, just that feeling, like being pinned by a glare. Weeks later, people would say kids imagine stuff, or you were young, it was shadows. And yeah, maybe. But there are sensory details I still remember clearly. The exact way the sidewalk looked, the warmth in the air, the way Mrs. H's hand paused on the popsicle stick when she gave it to me. But also, the way it looked at me. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. It's why I can't forget it. If it's not a demon, call it whatever. A gnome, a sprite, a weird neighborhood critter. It didn't feel majestic or mystic. It just made my skin crawl. Just a small thing that looked at me and decided I was interesting. Curious if anyone else has ever seen something small like that. Not a shadow looming over you or something, but like a tiny thing hiding by someone normal that only you saw. This happened back in the winter of '97, somewhere along I-90 heading west through South Dakota. I'd been running long haul for a while at that time. I thought I'd seen just about every kind of bad weather the road could throw at me, but That storm was like nothing I'd seen. It was snowing so hard the road ahead might as well have been painted white. Visibility dropped to maybe 50 feet, sometimes less. The kind of night where you grip your wheels so tight that your knuckles ache. Because if you lose focus, even for a second, you're off the road and buried. I wasn't the only one caught in it. Not long after the snow started dumping, 3 other rigs and I ended up grouping together, convoy style. Safety in numbers, right? We kept a steady distance. Headlights were glowing faint in the wall of snow. Each of us just close enough to the other to be safe. The CB chatter kept us sane. Nothing fancy, just updates. Slow it down, boys. Road slick as hell. Or mile marker 212. Drifts covering the right lane. Voices breaking through the static were a lifeline. A reminder that you weren't alone in the whiteout. Hours crawled by like that. 4 trucks carving a path through a storm that felt like the whole world had gone silent, except for the hiss of the snow, growl of the engines. But then just like that, I was alone. I didn't notice at first. The storm was so thick. It only took a few seconds without taillights in view to make you wonder if you'd drifted too far back. I eased off the throttle, waiting for the glow of brake lights to cut through. Nothing. Breaker 19. You boys still there? I asked into the mic. Nothing. Convoy, you copy? Static. Like the storm had swallowed the signal whole. I tapped the brakes and leaned forward, peering into the whiteout. No shapes or light. The 3 rigs that had been with me for hours were gone. I pulled over as best as I could, hazards flashing dim in the snow. I sat there listening to the CB just hiss. My heart was pounding and I couldn't really figure out why. The road behind me was nothing but darkness. No headlights approaching. And ahead, just endless white. I sat like that for maybe 10 minutes, trying every channel, calling out until my throat was dry. But there was never an answer. Not even distant chatter from other drivers. Finally, I eased back onto the highway. My logbook shows that I drove nearly 30 miles before I saw another vehicle. A plow truck cleaning the eastbound side. I flagged him on the CB, asked if he'd seen any rigs ahead of me. He said the road was empty, and that it had been all night. To this day, I don't know what happened. I checked news reports later, and there were no wrecks or pile-ups. No stranded rigs pulled out of ditches. It was just like those 3 trucks never existed. People are quick to say that I was tired, or I imagined it, or I just lost them in the storm. But I don't think so. I remember their lights and their voices on the radio. The comfort of knowing that someone was actually fighting the storm with me. Last 4th of July, I was riding tailboard on the fire engine. It was a crazy day that pretty much started when we got there. Around 10 p.m., a call comes in for a traumatic injury. Dispatch does its thing, says 32-year-old male, injured by firework. They never give enough info anyway, but gold star for trying. I was super busy, chasing fire calls when we heard the medic 1. This is the unit that was dispatched to this call. They radioed for dispatch to dispatch a fire engine, emergency traffic, and to get a bird launched, with our LZ being the nearest middle school's parking lot. So we hop in the engine and take off toward this middle school to meet Medic 1 there. Medic 1 gets there first, being closer, and we pull up not too far behind. I jump out of the engine, hightail it across the parking lot, and hop into this ambulance. I look down to see this dude's military ID sitting on the countertop. He's active duty Army, as there's a base just a few minutes down the road. There's blood everywhere, all over the floor, all over the stretcher. The medic in the captain's chair is pretty seasoned. I glance down to see the patient, 32-year-old male, wearing a white t-shirt, khaki cargo shorts. The entire right side of this dude's face is missing. Half his lips gone, his nose gone, his right ear gone, his right eyeball also gone. He was still awake, trying to talk to us. He was kind of dazed, but you could see it in what was left of his face that he knew what was happening. Airways completely compromised, missing teeth. The medic had already suctioned, so we RSI this guy, put him under. The bird gets there. We transfer him into the bird along with a report and patient care, and he gets airlifted to the closest level 1 trauma hospital. The call was brought up at the next run review. The dude actually survived the ordeal, albeit with half of his face. He purchased a mortar firework from a local stand, which turned out to be a dud. It's the type that you set on the ground, light, and then run away as a timer runs down. Well, this one didn't work right. When he bent over to light it, the entire firework exploded in his face. His injuries were soft tissue trauma and multiple avulsions and lacerations. Several skull fractures, opened and closed, 2 subdural hematomas, and a concussion. Wild. Be safe out there, or you could literally lose your face, or worse, your life. There's this spot just outside of the town I grew up in called Baker's Hollow. Nothing special, just a field, some woods, and half-burnt fire ring that people have used forever. My older sister used to say that kids back in her day called it Bonfire Hill. They joked that if you lit a fire on the 4th of July, you had to make a deal to leave. Like you couldn't just walk away. You had to say your name 3 times or the fire would keep you. It was total nonsense stuff. Everyone says that kind of crap when you're a kid around here. You just don't take it seriously. So anyway, this was roughly 9 years ago. I had just graduated and a group of us had decided to do something low-key for the 4th. We skipped the fireworks show and took a bunch of cheap beer and snacks out to Baker's Hollow. It was me, my friend Sean, 2 girls we were kind of seeing at the time, and Sean's cousin Eli. The vibe was super chill at first. We had music going, built a pretty solid fire, and we were just kind of enjoying the night. It wasn't until the music cut out that everything got weird. Sean checked his phone, but he had full battery. So did I. Then Eli looked up and said, "Why'd the fire get quiet?" That's when I noticed it too. There was no sound anywhere. No crackling from the fire, no bugs, nothing. It wasn't just the music that cut out, it was literally everything. The air itself didn't feel right, too stuffy for being outside. And then the fire was pulsating. Not like a flare-up, more like it exhaled. I know that makes no sense, but it looked like it breathed out this quick burst of light and then dimmed down so low we could barely see each other. I figured that someone had tossed something weird in the flames, but everyone swore they hadn't touched it. And then Eli. "We're not supposed to leave yet." We all laughed, thinking he was just messing with us, but he wasn't smiling. His face was completely blank. He looked over at me. "You have to say it. All of you. Or we stay." I asked what he meant, but he just repeated it. "You have to say it. Or we stay." I looked at Sean, and he was starting to freak out too. And then his girlfriend just bolted, grabbed her bag, ran into the dark, broke whatever spell was going on, though. The fire suddenly sparked back to life. The sound of crickets and leaves came rushing back in like someone turned the volume back up. Music, everything. We, on the other hand, packed up in total silence and just ran after Sean's girl. She was waiting at the edge of the trail, completely pale and shaking. This was not a girl who was pretending. She said she saw someone else. Someone crouching on the opposite side of the fire, behind Eli. watching us. None of us were standing there. This happened in Crystal Lake in Virginia Beach. I drove out with a girlfriend for a dose of nature and beauty before the sunset. As it started to get dark, we realized it was close to closing time, and the park entry gate would soon be shut. There were no other cars or people around. We jumped in our car and started driving toward the gate to exit the park. On the way towards the gate, we passed a young girl sitting on the side of the road, on a cement block. She was dressed in a conservative, long dress, like something from the turn of the century. She was holding a large red ball. She was pale and thin, with long brown hair. Strangely, she didn't look towards us or acknowledge us at all. Just stared straight ahead, across from where she was sitting. What was she doing out there, with no urgency to leave the park? As we drove on, we saw a strange man ahead of us, in the middle of the road. He was intentionally blocking our path, and he too was dressed from a different era, wearing suspenders over a filthy white shirt and black pants. He was waving his arm for us to stop. As we got closer and slowed down, we could see that he wasn't hurt or needing help. He looked angry and aggressive, and his face was scary as hell. So we sped around him. He turned and started running after our car. We hit the gas and barely made it out of the gate before it was locked for the night. We never went back there again. Several years ago, I used to rent a one-bedroom apartment in a somewhat nice neighborhood. But I was meticulous about locking up. Deadbolt, chain when I was inside, everything. Because the neighborhood wasn't that nice. I double-checked the door every time I left for work. One evening, I came home and noticed right away that something felt not right. The door wasn't locked. At first, I thought maybe I'd slipped up. But then I stepped inside and I saw that things weren't where I left them. Not stolen, just moved. A picture frame slightly angled. The TV remote sitting on the opposite side of the couch. A chair pulled a few inches from the table. It was unsettling, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd been in a rush that morning. Maybe I knocked something over without realizing it. That explanation held until I went into my bedroom. On my dresser sat a small, old-fashioned key that I'd never seen before. Not my key, not from any of the doors in my apartment. Just sitting there like someone had placed it carefully in the center. I didn't hear anyone come in. I didn't find any signs of forced entry, just the door being unlocked. I had the locks changed the next day, but the key stayed right where I left it. No locksmith could tell me what it belonged to. I asked at least 3 different ones. To this day, I wonder if someone broke in, or if it was something else entirely. I ended up throwing it away, but I can still picture it. I grew up on the edge of a dying town in Iowa. Our house backed up to endless cornfields that changed hands every few years. Sometimes they were planted, sometimes left dry and brittle for seasons at a time. Either way, they were always a little creepy. This happened when I was about 13. It was the 4th of July, and my cousins were in town from Des Moines. The adults were drinking on the porch, and we were left to entertain ourselves. Someone came up with the brilliant idea to sneak into the cornfield behind our house and light off a few fireworks. Nothing crazy, just bottle rockets and sparklers that we'd grabbed from a cardboard stand off the highway. It was a clear night, humid and hot, with a stillness that makes every little sound seem louder than it should be. We lit a couple of the rockets and watched them arc through the air over the rows of corn. The sparks crackled, faded, and we were left in the dark again. I was about to light off another when my cousin Jeremy grabbed my arm. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I hadn't, but the other two nodded. At first I thought they were just messing with me, but then I saw it too. Lights. Small, faint, between the rows of corn, like flickering lanterns, moving slowly, not swaying like flashlights would, hovering. I thought maybe it was neighbors or someone on the other side of the field, but the longer we watched, the less sense it made. There was no sound like footsteps of someone carrying these lights. They didn't seem to follow any sort of path. They weaved between the rows like they were floating. And then Jeremy shouted. One of the lights was moving towards him fast. He dropped his sparkler and ran. We all followed, tearing through the rows until we hit my backyard. The porch lights never looked so good. My dad saw us running and yelled something, but we ignored him and bolted inside, locking the door behind us. Later, I tried to explain. I told him about the lights, how they moved, how they didn't seem normal. He just looked tired, told me it was some sort of gas, local kids with headlamps. "Don't go into the fields at night," he said. And that was that. But I asked my grandma about it the next day, half expecting her to scold me, but still curious. Instead, she got real quiet. She said, "They do show up every few years. I see them. Just let them be." That was it. We didn't go back into the field. Not that summer and never. But every year since then, when the 4th of July shows up, I can't stop thinking about it. This was outside Columbus on I-70. It's a flat stretch with nothing but concrete and sodium lamps burning pale. Midnight was the hour. My brain was buzzing, but my body felt like lead. And then I saw a woman in the median. She was standing there. Long hair, dark against her jacket that glowed white under the lights. No car nearby. No suitcase. Just her. Arms loose at her sides. Her face was tilted toward the traffic like she'd been waiting. I had maybe 5 seconds to process before she stepped forward. My foot hit the brake, hard enough that the cab rattled and the trailer groaned. The horn bellowed, tires screeching, and my stomach flipped a couple times as I braced for impact. But nothing. The road ahead was empty. My headlights cut through space like a blade, and there was no one there. No woman, no jacket, nothing. I pulled onto the shoulder, shaking, grabbing my flashlight. I walked down the median. The grass was still stiff with frost. No footprints. There was no sign that anyone had actually stood there at all. Back in the cab, I remembered the dash cam. I watched the clip with my hands sweating. Everything looked as I remembered it. Headlights, concrete, median. But no woman. There's just nothing there. No one where she was standing. But there is a burst of static. When it comes back, the lane is still empty. I don't know if she was trying to cross, or if she was ever really real there. But even now, every time I pass that stretch, I keep in the far right lane as to not hit her again. Though I've never actually seen her again, so maybe it was just the one time. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever pass that stretch without wondering if I'll see her again. Whatever she was. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, She said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes. Not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful, and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again, she was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there. At least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice? I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something, it was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend, SARA, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with SARA was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where SARA had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. SARA and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. I'll try to keep it to the point and not drift off too much, but I swear on everything this is a true story of my own experience. When I was 12 or 13, I was living with my aunt for a few years and my younger cousin. We lived in a little house on a dead-end road in a small town of about 500 people. We were technically considered a village. My aunt was an odd soul. Everyone has their own rhythm, and hers was a different rhythm for sure. She had a fascination with the odd and the strange, from a musical, dancing, miniature, jester figurine to old newspapers from the 20s. Then enter her collection of porcelain masks, of which she had more than 30, all different sizes and styles, and she had them all over her bedroom walls. The house we lived in was small but cozy, but this house had other paranormal events happen in it before and after the events of this story. So it was no big deal when small stuff would happen because we were odd like that. Some stuff being harmless was fine by us. None of what happened before or after was harmful. This is the only event I was ever actually stricken with pure fear. It was my 13th birthday, and for my birthday, I wanted us all to watch a horror movie together, because those were my favorite and still are to this day. We watched A Haunting in Connecticut as the chosen movie. It was my aunt and uncle, their 3 kids, my 2 friends, and myself there to watch it. After the movie, we all just kind of crashed, so I went to my aunt's room to sleep because it was the only other room with a TV, one of those old box TVs that would go full static every now and again. I get in there and put something on quietly and go to sleep. But I wake up a couple of hours later, and the room is pitch black, other than the light from the static on the TV, which, if you know, is not very much. It's basically a straight low beam that makes some stuff visible, but anything outside that vicinity gets harder and harder to see because of the light. But I can see all of her masks clearly. I went to get up to change the channel, and I noticed I couldn't move. It was like some sort of sleep paralysis. My eyes could move, but my body could not. So I just laid there, briefly trying to wait for my body to realize and wake up or move, when I heard a sound like someone tapping their nails on the closet door. Just a little 4 taps. I'm sure that we all do this when we're bored, but it caught my attention, and I fixed my eyes on the closet door, waiting to hear it again. Within about a minute, I had glanced at the wall that the closet was on, at my aunt's masks, when I noticed one was missing, and I knew because it was the one that I'd gotten her for Mother's Day. I did a double take because I knew where it always was. I didn't pay too much attention to it until I looked back at the TV and could barely see the mask that was missing off the wall, now hardly out of light, but still slightly visible behind the TV. I knew it was the mask by the little pink flower pattern on the left cheek. At first, I thought my aunt had moved it, but no longer than I had had that thought, the mask started to raise, very, very slowly. It rose to the ceiling, slowly made its way directly over my face in the bed, where it stayed for a couple of seconds, before slowly descending to what felt like right over my face. I tried to close my eyes, but it didn't help. I could feel it looking at me, and could practically see it doing it with my eyes closed. Then, out of nowhere, the pressure lifted, and I heard the mask break from falling. It fell directly about where it originally had hung, by the closet. I laid there practically in tears, not able to do anything about it. Then it sounded like someone shaking the bedroom door as hard as possible, trying to get in, but it wasn't locked. My aunt and uncle woke up to the sound of the door shaking, came to see what they thought I was doing, until they got in front of the door, and it swung open on its own. As soon as the door opened, it was like my body woke up. I sat up and screamed as loud as possible, and pushed to the corner in the bed, crying. That's when I told them what happened. They knew by the way I was acting that I wasn't kidding, and they would have probably doubted it a bit had it not been for the door opening on its own. But that's the end of this one. I have many more, but not like this. I work at a preschool that's in a very old Catholic school building. We're not a Catholic school or affiliated with the church at all. We just rent the building from the church. But we are on the church grounds and right next door to a cemetery. It's still a functioning cemetery, but it dates back to the early 1800s. So anyway, in the 1950s, the school building was the Catholic school. It's a fairly small building with a large gymnasium. It has a stage for performances and other things. And during the 50s, an 8-year-old girl suffered a brain aneurysm in the parking lot and died on the spot. She's buried in the cemetery next door. She's one of the ghosts that's there, and we call her Mary. Now, every person that I know that's ever worked here has had some sort of experience with at least one of the spirits, but it's mainly Mary. A few years back, when we did bus service for the kids, we had a lady bus driver. Once she would get to the school and the kids would go to class, she'd go into the break room, read the newspaper, and have breakfast. One day, she came out of the break room and something caught her eye, so she turned to look. And sitting on a low shelf in the hallway was a girl with a long light-colored dress on and long hair, and she suddenly vanished. This particular woman was so moved by seeing a spirit that she instantly called her mother to tell her that she saw her guardian angel that day. I've personally had toys move around the room during nap time. I've heard kids running around and laughing on the stage when the gym is dark and the stage curtains are drawn. One time when I was the opener and was there at 6:30 a.m. with 3 kids for the day, I had the kids with me in the office to make coloring page copies. I heard footsteps with keys jingling coming down the hallway. I poked my head out to see if someone was coming into the building, but no one was there. I could clearly hear the steps and the jingling get closer, then go past the doorway of the office, and then they would just stop in front of the janitor closet. About 6 months before this happened, the janitor of the school who had worked there for over 15 years had passed away. I like to think it was them, just there to do their job like they always did. I've counted extra feet in bathroom stalls when counting the kids. Other ladies have seen a girl spinning in circles, singing in a room that no one was in, and the lights were off. One time, another lady was opening for the day, and she'd just gotten to the school. It was winter, so it was still pretty dark at 6:15. She got into the building, and she started opening the classroom up when she heard a loud noise coming from the office, like someone knocked something over. So she went into the class, locked the door, called the director, who told her to get out of the building and call the police. So that's what she did. The police came, go into the office, do a full sweep of the school, and they confirm there's no one in the building. But they ask her to come into the office. When she gets to the office, there's paperwork, books, folders, everything, all over the place. She said it looked like someone had gone in there and just threw everything from the desk all over. No one could understand what had happened. Another time, we had a tornado actually touch down on the roof of the school, tearing that section of the roof clean off. No one was hurt. Everyone in the school was able to get to safety before it touched. For a solid week prior to this happening, The director kept seeing the old father of the church, who'd passed away years ago, all over the school. Once the tornado hit, she said she believed that he was coming there to warn everyone of the upcoming events and trying to protect his school. At my school, we've watched kids play and speak to someone or something that isn't there. One time, a girl around 4 years old played and pretended to feed someone who wasn't there, holding a full conversation by herself, and during it, she kept looking up at the ceiling and then back down in front of her. It went on for a good 30 minutes. When we asked her who she was playing with, she just said totally normal and pointed, "My friend." Most recently in my room, I have a special needs kid who's mostly nonverbal. He does speak, but not too much unless he really wants to. The other day, we had the door to the classroom open, and he kept walking in front of it and stopping to look out at something. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, what are you looking at out there?" He turns to me and says, clear as day, "There's a ghost right there, and it's scary." I asked him, "Where did you see the ghost?" He says, "Out there, on the ceiling." Everyone who works there knows of the spirits who stay there, and they've all said that it's never been scary. A little spooky sometimes, but never scary. You just learn to work with them and around them if need be. And if I ever open or close the building, I'm always sure to say hello to them when I walk in and goodbye when I leave.